Could I have your attention, please? I'd like to go ahead and bring this regular city commission meeting to order, April 21st, 2025. And with that, I'd like you to stand for the invocation by Pastor Michael Miller, Antioch Baptist Church, and say, standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, and give you thanks for this day. Thank you, Lord God, for guiding this commission with your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Thank you for all those that are here today, God, and we just give you the praise and the honor and the glory. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Okay, can I have your attention? Alligators, I want to say that's the best pledge I've heard in a long time. All right. With that, we'd like the approval of the agenda, please.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interrupt real quick. Just wanted to say that there was originally a scrivener's error on the minutes from the April 7, 2025 City Commission meeting. That has been amended, and you will have it's in your backup for signature tonight.
All right, thank you.
So moved as amended.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone from the audience like to comment on the motion on the floor?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. Mr. Mayor, would it be possible for the scrivener's error to be noted publicly so that we all know what the error was? Because a date can matter or something like that. Also, I'm surprised that the previous commission is calling this meeting to order prior to the newly seated commissioners being seated. But having said that, Rule 20 of your adopted and amended on November 14th, 2016 rules and procedures, it states that the order of business of a meeting under Rule 20 paren C, approval of the regular and consent agendas, except for items advertised for public hearings, items may be added to or removed from the agenda. The agenda items may be reordered. So I'm here this evening to ask that this commission add to this meeting agenda, especially since there's going to be two new seated commissioners, the discussion of the resignation of the 3 planning department employees and what is being done to correct that situation in the city. Somebody up here stated it was a catastrophe or something like that, which I believe it needs to be addressed. It hasn't. So I'm asking you to amend your agenda now to include that for discussion so the new commissioners will have the opportunity, along with the currently seated commissioners, to discuss that. And that is allowed under Rule 20 paren C. And I am going to note at this time that you have removed public hearings at this portion of your meeting agenda adoption, which is a violation of your rule. You took the Fletcher's Trace item off for 2 meetings. And it says you're not supposed to be able to take off public hearings at this point. You have to open the public hearing. Okay, the public, that's the whole key, public. So, Mr. Mayor, I know you're stumped, but these rules and procedures have been in place for a number of years. I'm asking you to amend tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can speak to the minutes and the scrivener's error. One of the I don't want to mispronounce her name, but Sawyer Lindberg was mentioned as being a part of the property appraisers with the county, and that was corrected.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to share one more. The person who passed name was Gloria Buffet, and I think it said Horia.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, approval of the agenda. Yep, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. For the record, that's a 4-0 vote. Mr. Ed Potts is not here tonight, so approval of the reading of the proposed ordinances and resolutions by title only.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Special presentations, the awesome Alachua Elementary Student Performing Arts Appreciation. All right, make it happen. everybody get your camera out now. Stay up here now, all right? Thank you, alligators. Thank you so much. You're awesome. You're awesome alligators. Y'all walking back to the Alachua alligators? Are you walking back? What? Are you jogging back? What is going on here? This is the first thing. So. Yes, yes, dear. Huh? Okay, folks, keep moving. So we can get going again on item B, which is a check presentation from Miapa Latin Cafe for the American Cancer Society 2025 Relay for Life. And folks, if you got your phone, would you please turn it off or turn it down? If you need to make a phone call, please step out in the alley. That's a alley. Oh. If one's near.
Ready? Let me go ahead, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. Okay, sorry. Apologies for the delay. It took us a while to mosey on to the front from the alley, but
Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. DeRosa, Ms. Rush, I'm Tara Malone, Human Resources Director, and have the distinct pleasure this evening of introducing our next item, which is a check presentation from Miapa Restaurant. We were trying to figure out how long this relationship's been going on. I think it's near 10 years. Is that right, Freddie? Yeah. That Miapa has donated 25% of their proceeds to the Relay for Life American Cancer Society. This year, they will be presenting a check to us in the amount of $2,319.85, which is just in the avenue of $200 more than last year. So it's a wonderful event. We get together, have a lot of fun, have our distinguished dignitaries there serve as servers. I know there's a little, I'll call it sibling rivalry between you guys up there, but it's a great show and we really do appreciate it. So this evening, we have Miapa, we have Mr. Freddie Wiebe, Kimberly Vermillion, the Executive Director from the Alachua Chamber, and Kyle Stone from the American Cancer Society. Okay, we'll just have a few words from Miapa, and then you guys can come down for the actual presentation and a photo op. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to really recognize a local business that's given back and continues to give back and promises to give even more. They're doubling their size in the new building because the community supports the businesses that support the community. We thank you for your service, coming to become servers at the restaurant and provide money for a great cause in the American Cancer Society. And truly, this is what community is all about, giving back, attending festivals, be in our schools, be in our churches, and make this beautiful city a better place. And what a better example is in Peter Inigo and his team at Miapa, and I'll give him the floor. I just want to say thank you.
I probably couldn't say that much better than Freddie did, but thank you. Thank you all for supporting a great cause and letting us be part of this. But I could not have done this without my amazing team, Vanessa and the rest of her crew. Thank you so much, and we're super excited for the new building, but we could not have done this without the city of Alachua.
When is the new building going to be
If
completed?
everything goes well, June, beginning of June. We'll have it at Friends and Family soon. Thank you so much for everything.
Can we come down and help?
Yes, for sure.
All right, let's go.
Thank you, guys. Okay, sounds good. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I also wanted to remind everyone that this Friday, the 25th of April, is our Relay for Life at Hal Brady Recreation Center. We'll be set up at the football field to the north, which is adjacent to the World Series field. So hope to see you all there. It's a lot of fun, 6 to 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Meopas, once again, thank you so much. And we'll go on to item C, which is presentation of the 2025 City Commission election certification.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. I am here to present to you the official record, the Certificate of Elections results to go into the record. May I come forward? Yes.
We need to sign this. You need a motion?
No, sir.
All right.
Oh, well, I can announce them if you wish. Mr. Mayor? Is that
Go ahead.
acceptable? Okay. Gib Kerper had a total of 618. Walter Welch had a total of 639, giving Walter Welch the seat. Jacob Fletcher had 785. Ed Potts had 514, giving Jacob Fletcher the seat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, item D, which is administration of the oath of office by the City Commission seats 1 and 2.
The city clerk will administer the oath of office for Mayor Walter Welch, who qualified for seat 1 on the city commission, and Commissioner Jacob Fletcher, who qualified for seat 2 on the city commission. Mayor Welch and Commissioner Fletcher will be invited to the podium to administer the oath of office. After the oath, Mayor Welch and Commissioner Fletcher will take their seats on the commission. The recommended action is for City Manager Mike DeRosa to perform the oath of office for Mayor Walter Welch and Commissioner Jacob Fletcher. Sorry about that.
We're going to do one at a time. Mr. Welch, would you join me, please? You can stand right here. Now, I'm going to go real slow because I'm terrible at this. So you're probably a lot better than me. But would you raise your right hand? I, Walter Welch,
I, Walter Welch,
swear that I will support, protect, and defend
swear that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the government of the United States,
the Constitution and the government of the United States,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the charter of the city of Alachua, Florida.
and the charter of the city of Alachua, Florida.
I swear that I am duly qualified
I swear that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution of the state.
under the Constitution of the state.
I swear that I will
I swear that I will
well and faithfully perform the duties
well and faithfully perform the duties
of the city commission,
of the city commission,
which I am now about to enter.
which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Yeah, we gotta have you sign this here. We got a couple of them here. Mr. Jacob Fletcher. If you would raise your right hand. I, Jacob Fletcher,
I, Jacob Fletcher,
swear that I will support, protect, and defend
I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the government of the United States,
the Constitution and the government of the United States,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the charter of the city of Alachua, Florida.
and the charter of the city of Alachua, Florida.
I swear that I am duly qualified
I swear that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution of the state.
under the Constitution of the state.
I swear that I will
I swear that I will
well and faithfully perform the duties
well and faithfully perform the duties
of the city commission,
of the city commission,
which I am now about to enter.
which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. And you'll sign here and here. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. And I think they're going to have you take your seats. All right.
Mike, can I say something first here? I'd like to
Yes.
say something. Go ahead. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for being here. And it's been a wonderful time in this office for me. And I want to thank all of our employees in this City Hall, Public Works, our police department, and everybody that works for us. I just want to say you are the face of the city of Alachua, not me or any of our commissioners. You are the face of Alachua. And I appreciate all the work you've done to make this a good community and a great place to live. Thank you very much.
If you'll bear with us, we're going to play a little bit of musical chairs. Just a spoiler alert, but we're probably not done switching chairs after this.
You stay here for now. Once we do the vice mayor, everybody changes. Mr. Mayor, would you like for us to move on to item 4? Okay, speaking to the microphone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commission, City Manager, City Attorney. I am Leanne Williams, Deputy City Clerk. According to the City Charter, the City Commission shall elect from among its members a Vice Mayor annually at the first City Commission meeting after the election. Furthermore, Rule 7 of the Commission Rules of Procedure indicate that the City Manager/Clerk calls for nominations for the Vice Mayor. Nominations do not require a second. The City Manager conducts a roll call vote if there is more than one nomination. Subsequent to the election, the new Vice Mayor will assume his or her seat. The recommended action is to conduct the election of the Vice Mayor.
I would like to nominate Ms. Shirley Green Brown for Vice Mayor for the City of Alachua.
Is that affirmative? I'll do a roll call vote. Are there any other nominations I should ask?
Is there any other denomination? Is there any other denominations for the for the vice mayor?
Having heard none, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Ringerson,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown, just think about it a little bit, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, that's last, I'm sorry. Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Aye.
And Mayor Welch?
Aye.
All right, now we're going to do a bunch of switcheroos.
While that's going on, I promise this will be the last musical chairs of the evening.
Okay, that concludes my item. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to congratulate our new Vice Mayor, Shirley Green Brown. We didn't give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Would there be any comments? Will there be any comments from the citizen on the subject not on the agenda?
Good evening, Carol Richardson, Chair, City of Alachua Parks and Recreation and Culture Board. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Potts and Mr. Coper for all their dedicated service to the City of Alachua. Our journey trying to put arts and culture in a community that is heavily sports was a challenge, but I thank them so much for the dedication that they have given us. The City of Alachua has a jewel of a Parks and Recreation department, and our team worked very hard to make sure that we provide a quality of service. So I wanted to say to the new mayor, Mr. Walter Welch, congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. To Commissioner Fletcher, congratulations. We look forward to working with you. And also to Shirley Green Brown, congratulations on Vice Mayor. And thank you all for what you do for advancing arts and culture. Over the next couple years, we're going to be talking to you about how to expand recreation programs programs that are also passive. So just wanted to say thank you, and on behalf of the board, we appreciate all that you do for the citizens. Thank you.
R9.
Just another citizen comment, Rudy Rothstein here. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. Congratulations to Mr. Welch. Congratulations to Mr. Fletcher. I also want to say my appreciation to the two former commissioners and mayor that were up there. They've done some wonderful things for our city, and thank you for their time and dedication. It's not easy to be up in your seats, which you are. I have a couple words that I was thinking about becoming a new commissioner, and I hope that the new commissioners can be true to their vision upon which they campaigned. I hope they can be true to themselves, and I hope that you serve your current constituents, not future constituents that you are trying to obtain. That brings me to the thought of coming to these meetings. I've seen a lot of changes happen, and some of these changes have come forth through LDRs, and that's our land development regulations. And it almost seems as though, to me, in watching, over time, that we have an LDR change, and it makes the lot sizes smaller, it makes the setback smaller, and then all of a sudden, a national builder steps in right behind that, and that LDR change allowed that type of development to happen. We have a new LDR change that's going to be coming through. That's increasing our densities in all our different areas. It's also increasing our heights upon how high we can build. And so I just have the thought that there's someone that has a vision of some sort of large apartment or something that's going to be that new set height that wants to develop here. And I want to say to our commission that there's a horse and there's a cart. You are the horse. You guys I'm sorry. You make the decisions. I apologize if that didn't come out right. You make the decisions. You make the rules on our LDRs. Please realize the impacts that each one of these decisions and changes to LDRs will have to our community. It's very important for me, for our quality of life of citizens that live here now. I pulled off the interstate at 5:30. I had to wait through 3 traffic lights to get off on the interstate. I looked to my left, I saw traffic past the Santa Fe High School. I looked to my right, I saw traffic past Lowe's. That's a lot of traffic. Is that what we want in our good life community? Thank you.
First, my name is Janice. My name is Janice Ferguson. I live in Shaw Farms, Alachua Highlands. I want to welcome Walter Welch, our new mayor, and Jacob Fletcher. I noticed on 241 we used to have a springs protection area just opposite that has the Progress Park development that they're developing so much. They have mitigated the soil approximately 10 feet to accustomed to the amount of clay that is there. And I don't think that we have protected that area at all as far as springs protection. Plus the sign, if you were going north on 241, that sign has been run over and it is just propped up on an oak tree. So I was just hoping that our development goals will always keep that we are a green community, that we welcome new people, but we welcome not on the particulars of looking like Miami or Fort Lauderdale. We are unique. We're a wonderful community. We're made up of many different backgrounds and religions, and I think we need to I respect the nature that good Lord has given us and taken care of it. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission, City Manager, Attorney. My name is Reverend John Brown, and I am the Chair of the Senior Advisory Board here for the City of Alachua. First of all, let me just say thank you to outgoing workers within this city who have done a fantastic job and have us to the point where we are. Former Mayor Gib Coper and Commissioner Ed Potts. Congratulations to you, Commissioner Fletcher, and congratulations to you as well, Mayor. The Senior Advisory Board works diligently for the seniors of this city, and that will not change. I wanted to come up and congratulate, but I also wanted to appeal to the seniors within this community. And I know that there are some behind me. There are some of the board that's back there as well. We invite you to come out and be a part of what we are trying to do for you. There are things that we're trying to get done for the seniors of this committee. I applaud the Rec and Culture Department for the work that they do, which they do a fantastic job, but we are limited at what we can do when we don't know what it is that you want us to do for you. So again, thank you. Congratulations. God bless the City of Alachua.
Good evening, Commissioners. Passed my father, gave him an elbow bump while walking in here tonight. Congratulations, Mayor Walter Welch, Commissioner Fletcher. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Shirley. I'm Ben Bakari. Sorry about that. Shirley Green Brown. Congratulations to Vice Mayor. I just wanted a couple things briefly. First, get this out of the way. If you change your LDRs, you won't stop the traffic from High Springs and Gainesville that come through here. You can't monitor those cities and handle that. So that's going to be Alachua only. A lot of that traffic's passed through. For the record, because I've done a little study recently from the red light at Santa Fe High School at a peak hour to the bridge on 441, it's about 6 minutes or so in the morning by vehicle. I do it every single day. And there was no vehicle on the road, it'd be 4.5 minutes. So it's about 90 seconds longer. On the way in, coming in, it's about 7 to 8 minutes or so. It's about 2.5 to 3 minutes longer. That's just a personal study. It's not scientific, so don't take it to the bank, but I did do it. I want to thank Commissioner Ed Potts for his service to the City of Alachua. 3 years on this City Commission. This job's not easy, and there's a lot of folks that are pulling at you. You serve everybody, and so they're going to call you on the phone. They're going to talk to you in the grocery store, and you have to do your best to do what makes your conscience feel the most good at night so you can sleep, whatever that may be. And Ed Potts did a wonderful job for our city. Mayor Gib Kerper, some of you may be aware, some may not, that Gib was awarded last year the E. Drew Harris Award by the Florida League of Cities. That was named after a Supreme Court justice from the 1920s, E. Drew Harris. And that E. Harris Drew, that award goes to one individual a year. The Florida League of Cities represents over 400 cities. That organization, Mayor Gib Kerper, it's like I've heard it's like Cooper and Corper. Mayor Gib Kerper is so respected across the state of Florida for the job that he does, whether it's Congress, congressional folks in Washington, D.C., or state legislature, or commissioners or mayors or city managers across the state of Florida. Gib Kerper has served this community since 1999, lived here since 1974, and did one hell of a job for our community. And I just want to say thank you, Mayor Gib Kerper. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Glazer. I too want to extend my congratulations to you, Mayor, and also you, Commissioner Fletcher. Well deserved and hard fought. In 1992, I ran for supervisor of elections in Alachua County, and although I lost, I gained extensive knowledge about election laws. Prior to that, I was a statewide legislative coordinator for the Motor Voter Bill, which allows eligible citizens to register when obtaining their driver's license. I've also testified before the House and Senate on this issue. Today, I'm here to discuss election integrity, a fundamental aspect of our democracy. As heartbreaking as it is for me to share this with you, it is my civic duty to inform you of prima facie evidence that our recent municipal election had double-digit instances of ineligible voters casting ballots. This evidence will be forwarded to the appropriate agencies, be it at the local level, state level, and federal levels as well. Ineligible votes, whether due to error, deception, or fraud, undermine the will of the people and the legitimacy of our representations and representatives. We must ensure accountability with well-trained election officials and educated citizens. As these crimes are prosecuted to safeguard our elections, remember that trust in our electoral process is vital. By maintaining election integrity, we respect our voting rights and protect our democratic future. Together, let us preserve election integrity to ensure every eligible voter's voice is heard and respected, and the casting and counting of ineligible votes are not allowed in our city elections. I'm sure we all share the same goal. Thank you and have a great evening.
Is there any other comments?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. I'm Elliot Welker. Carl LePan with UF Innovate. We want to take this opportunity. We just came back from our International Conference on Business Incubation, and one of the things that we were awarded this year was the Entrepreneurship Center of the Year for Rural. And I just want to share how important it is to have partners like the City of Alachua in doing this work. Our program continues to be benchmarked all over the world as a best-in-class, award-winning program. And we're really excited to share this award with you and to thank you for your continued partnership and support as we try to attract the best kinds of companies from all over the world to launch and grow their businesses here in the City of Alachua. And so we're going to present this award to you so that you can share in the success of this program. It is the 30th anniversary of the Sid Martin this year. We'll have a celebration later this year as well. But we want to make sure that you know that an important element of our success is the community ownership and buy-in, and we feel that every day here in the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that we have a picture taken with Mr. Welker and Mr. Pons and with this commission? Would that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
There are non-committee reports, committee appointments, city announcements. If not, I'm going to section 4, public hearing and ordinance. Item A, Fletcher's Trace Phase 1, final plat. This is the quasi judicial hearing.
If everyone who intends to speak on this item would please stand up. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was paying attention to something else. Okay, since this is quasi-judicial, I need to voir dire everyone on the dais to see if they have received any information other than the information provided from the city on this. And so I will first say Commissioner Ringerson? Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Fletcher?
There we go. So I've read these when it was on the agenda before I was on commission, when it was put off, and then it was taken off. So I guess it's a question of whether or not that would be considered.
That was information provided by the city, correct?
Yes, in the agenda package from past meetings.
Thank you. And just out of an abundance of caution, will you make your decision based solely upon what is provided here at this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
No, ma'am.
And Mayor Welch? Have you received any other information?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Attorney, and Mr. City Manager. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. The next 3 items on the agenda, items A, B, C, under public hearings and ordinances, are companion items, all covering final plats for the Fletcher Trace major subdivision. However, as these are quasi-judicial items, I will still cover them each in their own presentation. Just an item of note, this item was originally scheduled and advertised for the April 7th, 2025 Commission meeting. However, it was deferred to a date certain today, April 21st, 2025. The first item is a request by Aaron Hickman, PSM of CHW LLC, applicant and agent for Fletcher Development LLC, the property owner, for a Phase 1 final plat for the Fletcher Trace major subdivision. Phase 1 proposes subdividing an approximately 21.35 acre subject property into a total of 32 single-family detached lots. The subject property is generally located north of Northwest 110th Avenue and east of County Road 235. The zoning of the property is planned development residential, and that planned development residential was approved by the City Commission on April 25th, 2022 through Ordinance 22-10. A preliminary plat and final PD plan for the Fletcher Trace subdivision was approved, was approved by the City Commission on September 26th of 2022, and construction plans were administratively approved on April 18th, 2024. Here we have an overview of the subject property in the black and white hatched border, and then further inside we have the red area, the green area, and the blue area. Red is the item in question for Phase 1. But I have green as Phase 2 and blue for Phase 3 highlighted so we can see how they all relate to each other. For reference, County Road 235 travels along here, and County Road 235A is north-south here. Then we have the Dollar General, the Walmart Distribution Center, and Savannah Station. Here we have the, this is an overview of all phases of the Fletcher Trace subdivision as shown on the approved preliminary plat. The phase in question, phase 1, is in the red outline here. And we'll go ahead and look closer at that. North still being the top of the map, County Road 235, traveling along the northwestern border here. Of note, these are the single-family lots proposed, a lift station to be deeded to the city, stormwater management facilities here, and then one access point to County Road 235 proposed here as part of phase 1. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, housing, transportation, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements. An evaluation with those specific goals, objectives, and policies has been included in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted with the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns related to these items shown here on the screen for phase 1. Should a concern arise, such as the discovery of wetlands or listed species, compliance with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations will still apply. Section 2.4.10 G6D of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all major subdivision final plats must be found compliant. Those standards are listed up here on the screen, but I will briefly go through each of those. The phase 1 final plat has been reviewed for compliance with those standards, and an analysis has been included in the staff report. The proposed final plat has been found to comply with Article 7 subdivision standards to be in substantial conformance with the valid preliminary plat and construction plans, is consistent with the land development regulations, is consistent with all other relevant city ordinances, including the PD Ordinance 22-10, and has addressed the provision of required public and private improvements as described in the land development regulations. The applicant has opted to complete the required improvements as outlined in the approved construction plans before recording an approved final plat. Therefore, in accordance with G6DV, a surety is not required to be posted. The application has been reviewed for potential impacts to public facilities. 2 evaluations were completed, one solely for phase 1 final plat, and then one including all 3 final plats together. Both the individual assessment and the aggregate assessment showed no expected impacts that would degrade the level of service of any public facility at this time. Final plat is a final development order, and concurrency will be reserved. That analysis is available in your staff report, both the individual and the aggregate. Staff recommends that based upon the competent substantial evidence, the City Commission 1, approve the final plat of Phase 1 of Fletcher Trace, 2, approve the subdividers agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 1, and 3, authorize the mayor and city attorney to sign the final plat and subdividers agreement. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions you may have regarding Phase 1 and Phase 1 solely, and the applicant and agent is here as well.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are there any questions from this commission for the staff?
Yes. I guess I wish I had the staff report to look over. I currently don't have it at the moment. So I can't really ask you any questions regarding that, but I do want to make it clear that I do not have the staff report to review.
Mr. Mayor, if Commissioner Fletcher would like to have any specifics regarding the staff report, it is available online if you can pull it up on your phone. If not, if you have any questions about specific numbers or specific comprehensive plan policies, I can answer those questions.
So let's do it this way. What is our current water usage for this proposed development?
For the aggregate or for Phase 1?
For Phase 1 out of our total concurrency on that.
Yes. So our current permitted capacity is 2.3 million gallons per day, with actual flows currently utilized at approximately 1.548 million gallons per day. The reserved capacity sits at 469,000 gallons per day. That's the reserved concurrency from other final development orders, which leaves an available capacity of 282,541.
What's the percentage on that?
The percentage, I have the percentage of after this development, which would be an increase in demand of 8,800 gallons per day for a residual percentage utilization of 88.1%.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Carson, just for clarification, your staff report is always included in the agenda packet that's posted online on the Thursday before the meeting, correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Is there any presentation from the applicant?
He nodded his head in no.
Are there any questions? What is the will of the commission?
Mr. Mayor, I move that based upon the competent substantial evidence presented at this hearing, the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, this commission finding the application for Fletcher Development LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the land development regulations, and number 1, approve final plat for Phase 1 of Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision, final plat. Number 2, approve the subdividers agreement. Hold on, I'm having internet issues. Okay. Approve the subdivider agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 1 subdividers agreement. And number 3, authorize the mayor and city attorney to sign the final plat and subdividers agreement.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any motions on the floor? Are there any questions from the public on the motion on the floor?
Mr. Mayor, before we move to public comment, I would like to ask the Deputy City Clerk to please set the time to 5 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. First of all, you didn't ask for any affected parties. So I'm going to do a point of order that the mayor and the attorney asked for any affected parties to have a testimony.
I didn't see many people stand up who wished to testify here, but I will read you the definition of an affected party. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in community goods shared by all persons. For example, any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. Does anyone here believe they are an affected party? If so, they should come to the microphone, identify themselves, state that they have been sworn, and explain how they believe they are an affected party. For the record, no one is coming forward.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue to public comment, Madam City Attorney, for the public, can you please explain the difference with the 3 minutes versus 5 minutes, why we did that?
Yes, the difference, usually public hearings pursuant to the applicable regulations are 3 minutes. When it is a quasi-judicial hearing, the time for public comment is increased to 5 minutes. Simply because someone is not an affected party does not mean that they will not be able to come forward during the public comment section, which is where we are, and the time limit for that is 5 minutes per person. And I believe that is where Mr. Mayor was, and so this is open for public comment right now. You should approach the microphone and state your name and that you have been sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Attorney, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. So in the backup material on this agenda, it states that, and the staff stated it also on the record, that this item was deferred to a time certain from the April 7th meeting. That is a correct statement. However, this item was deferred before the agenda was adopted, which is in violation of your rules, okay, at the February 24th meeting. And the minutes of that meeting state, City Manager Mike DeRosa stated public hearings and ordinances, items A, B, and C, would be deferred to a date uncertain. Okay, that in itself is a violation of your rules. And to defer an item to a date uncertain would require a re-advertising. Okay, if you defer to a date certain after you have opened a public hearing and gone through the public's right to be heard, and the board, the decision-making body, if you read in your LDRs, the procedures for quasi-judicial hearings, you have to go through the whole opening of a public hearing that has been duly advertised. And then, if the decision-making body wishes to defer the item to a date certain, within 45 days of the existing date of the meeting, the applicant doesn't have to re-advertise. If you do it after 45 days, re-advertisement for the public's notice must happen. So in this case, on February 24th, this was on the agenda, and the city manager simply just stated, we're just going to defer that to a date uncertain. Well, Mr. City Manager does not have the power to do that. And the current commissioners that are not newly sworn in voted to approve the city manager the power to defer an item and not allow the public the opportunity to be heard during a advertised public hearing on February 24th for all three of these items. So in my book, which I don't have a book, but in my opinion, I will say that I believe that was illegal. There should have been a re-advertisement for the public notice of a stated April 7th public hearing. And any deference of meeting for public hearings, hear that. The relevance of a posted legal notice for a public hearing is important. And the big word of importance is that is public. So you must open a public hearing and then hear the public's comments. There was a gentleman for the Terra West special exception. You guys, they were advertised for a public hearing. It just got simply removed off the agenda. Someone had canceled their flight to Texas to be here to speak on that, and you did not open a public hearing. This must stop. Okay? Public hearing is important, it is critical, it is just, and it is part of our democratic process. And I'm really over watching you guys just slide these public hearings whenever you want. Oh, yeah, we're going to defer it. Oh, date certain, date uncertain. We don't know. But it's whenever the developer wants it on the agenda is when it happens. And the public is the one that always gets left out. So this public hearing, A, B, and C, you need to open all three of them up. And then you need to hear the public. And then you need to then vote to defer it to a date certain and require that an additional public notice be published and sent to all people within 400 feet of this development. You dropped the ball on February 24th, massively. And it doesn't even state it in the record. Staff didn't even state that this was on the agenda on February 24th. Here's the meeting minutes right here. So deferred to a date uncertain at a time on your approval when it was illegal. So you figure out how to remedy your disregard for the rules and the law and the respect to the public's input. You guys figure that out. But I'm done watching it happen without speaking to it, and it must change, and you need to change it starting tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Crockett, could you step up here a moment? Was this re-advertised?
Mr. Mayor, this item was advertised for the hearing on April 7th of 2025. and then it was deferred at that meeting to a date certain of April 21st, 2025 by a 4-0 vote of this commission.
Thank you. Based upon the fact that this was re-advertised and there was a vote of this commission to defer to the date certain being today, I believe that remedies what has been previously spoken here.
They didn't open the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Joe Beatty, and it's kind of heartening to hear citizens here trying to defend the public process. You had somebody talk about elections, and then Ms. Robbins talking about that. What I heard her say, and I thought what I heard her say, reading from the minutes, was it was postponed to a date uncertain, which is different than what I just heard from the planner and from the attorney. I'm confused. It seems like Ms. Robbins was reading from your documents, and I really think this deserves a little bit more consideration. And I'm one that always wants to see the public process and the public involvement, and I hope you'll think about that and maybe ask Ms. Robbins to come back up and show you the documentation that she had from your own documents. Thank you.
Again, if I could have the planners please come up.
Mr. Mayor, this item was originally scheduled for the February, I believe it was 11th, 2025 City Commission meeting. At that City Commission meeting, it was deferred to a date certain to be the second February meeting. I don't have that date off the top of my head. At the second meeting in February, it was deferred to a date uncertain, hence why it was re-advertised for April 7th, 2025, where I believe it was re-advertised, and the commission can check their minutes. Sorry, not re-advertised, but deferred to a date certain of April 21st, 2025. The commission does have access to their minutes and are more than welcome to review those for their own conclusions.
So again, there was proper notification for this to be on the agenda for today.
Public notice materials for that April 7th, 2025 hearing have been included in your agenda packet.
Then again, I believe there was a motion and a second. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Commissioner, I mean. In a roll call vote, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Ringerson, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Fletcher.
Commissioner Ringerson votes aye.
Commissioner Brown. Vice Mayor Brown. Well, y'all excuse me, on my agenda it say Commissioner. And this, I'm new at this, so I'm just reading what they gave me.
Mr. Mayor, it's okay. Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
I guess I got a question for the city attorney. Am I allowed to provide my reasoning now? Okay. Based on my inability right now to review the staff report material and some of the concerns with what, I guess there's a question on whether or not, even if a meeting is deferred, whether or not we are legally obligated to provide public comment, even if we defer till the state certains. I'm going to have to vote nay.
Commissioner Williams
Aye.
and the chair of what I heard, the chair will vote aye. So it's passed 4-1. Now we'll move to item B. Fletcher Trace Phase 2 Final Plat.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. If those who wish to speak would please stand. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, now I need to go ahead and voir dire the commission. And the question that I'm asking is whether any of the members on the dais have received any other information other than information that has been provided from the city, from any other sources. And so my questions will be Commissioner Ringerson,
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Vice Mayor Brown,
No.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Gotta hit that button. Again, the same response I had with that first one was.
Really, actually, for each item, have to say in the record in a quasi-judicial.
Yeah, so
hearing, we have a-
I have seen the past agenda packet materials for this plat.
Okay, so can you make your decision based upon the information provided to you at this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor?
I vote. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if Commissioner Fletcher would like, I
Wait,
do.
let me just make a clarification.
Yes.
So you were saying, no, you did not receive any other information other than what you're getting from the city, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if Commissioner Fletcher would like, I do have a copy of the staff report that I could provide to him at this time.
Yes, please.
Do note this means I will not have it for reference if questions are asked.
I promise I'll give it back.
Good evening again, Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, and City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, Planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This item is the second of the three companion items regarding the Fletcher Trace major subdivision. Incorporated by reference into this presentation is the presentation I just gave on Phase 1 Final Plat, just in case something relevant is brought up. This item was originally, again, scheduled and advertised to clarify for the February 11th, 2025 commission meeting, where it was then deferred to a date certain to the second commission meeting in February. At that second commission meeting in February, it was deferred to a date uncertain. It was re-advertised and scheduled for the April 7th, 2025 commission meeting. However, it was deferred to a date certain today, April 21st, 2025. This item is a request by Aaron Hickman, PSM of CHW LLC, applicant and agent for Fletcher Development LLC, the property owner for a Phase 2 final plat for the Fletcher Trace major subdivision. Phase 2 proposes subdividing an approximately 5.11 acre subject property into a total of 42 lots, 14 of which are single-family detached lots, 28 of which are single-family attached lots. The subject property is generally located north of Northwest 110th Avenue and east of County Road 235. The zoning of the property, planned development residential, was approved by the City Commission on April 25th, 2022 through Ordinance 22-10. A preliminary plat and final PD plan for the Fletcher Trace subdivision was approved by the City Commission on September 26th, 2022, and construction plans were administratively approved on April 18th, 2024. Here again is that same subject property as earlier, north being the top of the map, the subject property shown in the black and white hatched border, red, of course, being Phase 1, green, Phase 2, the item we are currently discussing, and Phase 3, which will be item C on the agenda, in blue. Again, we have the Dollar General, the Walmart Distribution Center, and Savannah Station. County Road 235 here, running diagonally across the map, and then running north-south here is County Road 235A. Here again is the approved preliminary plat with Phase 2 highlighted, just so we can see it in context. Phase 1 was over here. Phase 2 is highlighted in red. Phase 3 is up here on the right. And we'll zoom in. Now this map has been rotated slightly. North is actually diagonally this way. So County Road 235 is running up and down here. Here we can see the lots for the subdivision. These are the single family lots adjacent to the road, and then the attached lots, which appear to be narrower because they will be attached buildings. Do note that access to Phase 2 is proposed to be through the same connection to 235 from Phase 1 and an additional connection to 235 through Phase 3. Stormwater from Phase 2 will primarily drain towards Phase 1 and the 2 catch basins as part of that. However, some may flow to Phase 3's stormwater management facility, which we have yet to get to. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, housing, transportation, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements. An evaluation with specific goals, objectives, and policies has been included in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted with the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns with Phase 2 regarding the items here on screen. Should a concern arise, such as the discovery of wetlands or listed species, compliance with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations will still apply. Section 2.4.10 G6D of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all major subdivision final plats must be found compliant. Those standards are listed here on the screen, excuse me. The Phase 2 final plat has been reviewed for compliance with those standards, and analysis has been included in the staff report. The proposed final plat has been found to comply with Article 7 subdivision standards, to be in substantial conformance with the valid preliminary plat and construction plans, to be consistent with the land development regulations, to be consistent with all other relevant city ordinances, including the PD Ordinance 22-10, and has addressed the provision of required public and private improvements as described in the land development regulations. The applicant has opted to complete the required improvements as outlined in the approved construction plans before recording an approved final plat. Therefore, in accordance with G6DV, a surety is not required to be posted. The application has been reviewed for potential impacts to public facilities. 2 analyses were conducted, one just for this Phase 2 final plat, and then an aggregate for Phase 1, 2, and 3 combined. Both the individual assessment and the aggregate assessment showed no expected impacts that would degrade the level of service of any public facility at this time. A final plat is a final development order, and concurrency will be reserved. Staff recommends that based upon the City Commission, based upon the competent substantial evidence, the City Commission, 1, approve the final plat of Phase 2 of Fletcher Trace, 2, approve the subdividers agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 2, and 3, authorize the mayor and city attorney to sign the final plat and subdividers agreement. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions the commission may have, and the applicant is also present to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Are there any questions from the commission for staff?
I guess it is So this goes a little differently. Is there a requirement for the meetings when there is a public hearing? Is there a requirement that public comment be allowed regardless of whether or not the item is deferred or not? And I guess that is to the city attorney.
I don't have that in front of me right now, so I can't answer that. However, no one at that meeting, to the best of my recollection, had any objection whatsoever or got up at any time and made any comment on it whatsoever. And it was voted on, and it was re-advertised.
My only question on nobody has an objection is the question of whether or not, even if no one complains about something, did we not follow procedure correctly, and should we consider whether or not we should follow it regardless of whether people are against something or for something?
I think what you really have to look at is whether it was what could be called harmless error, because we are talking only about moving something to a date certain, which was set on the record, which is why it is allowed to do that. Public hearing is a very important portion of any hearing. And I would have to go back as far as the order of that goes, but no one was precluded from making a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the will of the commission? Is there any motion?
Mayor, I'll move based upon the competency, substantial evidence presented at this hearing, the presentation before this commission. The staff recommends that this commission finds the applicant for Fletcher Departments LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan and in compliance with the land development and regulations, and 1, approves the final plat for Phase 2 for Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision, approves the subdivider's agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 2, and authorizes the mayor and the city attorney to sign the final plat and the subdivider's agreement.
Second. Thank you. Did you second? Thank you. There's, Mr. Mayor, may I go ahead and inquire regarding affected parties? May I go ahead and inquire on our affected
Yes.
parties? Thank you. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in community good shared by all persons. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. Is there anyone here who claims to be an affected party? If so, they should proceed to the microphone, identify themselves, state they've been sworn, and explain how they believe they are an affected party. Mr. Mayor, for the record, no one is coming forward to claim to be an affected party.
Is there any questions from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. So I'm going to try to walk this through so that everyone understands the sequence of how things are supposed to happen according to your LDRs. Well, they're my LDRs. So first of all, there were these 3 public hearings, quasi-judicial hearings, have been scheduled on 4 different agendas: February 7th, February 24th, March 7th, and today. Correct? No? Okay, so it's, excuse me, April. Yes, April. Okay. So the first 3 times that this was on the agenda, it was deferred at the beginning of the agenda. The items were on the agenda. The public knew there was a public hearing, And according to your rules, Rule 20, Order of Business of Meeting, it states under item C, under the approval of the regular and consent agendas, I read this earlier, except for items advertised for public hearing. Okay? Except for items advertised for public hearings, which is what these 3 items were on all 3 of those prior agendas, correct? And then they're on tonight's agenda, right? Everybody's looking around. We all can agree to that, right? They were advertised for that public hearing, right? Items may be added to or removed from the agenda, except for items that are advertised for public hearing. So what was happening in those meetings is that the city manager was stepping in and saying, we want to defer that item, those public hearings. You can't do it then, because it was still on the agenda, printed, advertised for, and you just skipped over it at the beginning when it says in your rules, except for items that are advertised. Okay, you have to open up the public hearing. If you go to your land development regulations, section 2.3, under quasi-judicial hearings, it lists steps, quasi-judicial hearings, many steps, order of proceedings, swearing in, all the things we've done. It isn't until item K, which is titled continuance, that is the point at which the body conducting the public hearing, you, may offer up a continuance or a deferral to a date certain through a motion and a vote. It is not until at the end of the public's ability to be heard that you then can make the decision that you're going to defer it for whatever reason, based on me requesting it, based on the public requesting it, based on confusion, based on whatever it is. That is what the point when you continue it. You don't do it at the beginning of the agenda prior to while the agenda is being approved. Does that make sense to everybody or anybody? This is all in your rules. This is all your LDRs. So in my opinion, this item is not in compliance with your LDRs. It's in violation of them. And every time it's been scheduled on the previous 3 hearing dates, it has been deferred in a violation of your rules and in violation of your LDRs. So I suggest you vote no on this, because you are voting on something in violation with your LDRs and your own rules. And probably if you look up Florida statute for the conducting of quasi-judicial public hearings, you would find that the public's right to be heard is why you are here. Okay? We're not in the back room wheeling and dealing with the staff and getting these applications moved through. We're not doing that. Our opportunity is here. And every time it's published and it's out on a public agenda and posted in the post office and posted for public and put in the newspaper, we have a right to be heard. You may not defer it until after we are heard. So that is the rule, section 2.3 on the public hearings, and in your own rules and procedures, rule 20, order of business of meetings, you may not defer, you may not take something off of the agenda if it's scheduled for a public hearing. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Good evening, Rudy Rothstein here. Thank you. I have to say, from my recollection from the meetings about those items, they were deferred in the very beginning of the meeting. Our city manager commented and said these 3 items will be removed from the agenda. I mean, I don't know the rules like she does. I don't read them like she does. I don't know, but that's my recollection from at least from the last couple meetings, that these items will simply be removed. There was a gentleman who, in the audience, who did stand up and goes, I'm on the I'm supposed to be here presenting. Why I was not on the meeting, and then Mr. DeRosa came out and said something to him. I don't know what the effect of it was or anything that way, but that's the way I do remember that meeting. I mean, I'm human. I might make mistakes or whatnot. But my other question, I keep on hearing Carson say something about assurement bonds or something. What? Surety bonds, what are those? Why are we not needing them? When did that change? What is that in our LDRs, and how does that affect building? And if we don't have them, or why should we have them, or anything that way? I hear him mentioning that on every one of these, and just curious to why we don't have them. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to state into the record that the February hearings aren't really of concern at this point in time, given that the item was re-advertised for the April 7th hearing. Everything from the April 7th hearing moving forward is something to discuss, as it was re-advertised in the public for that. Madam Attorney, I would have to ask, what would rule if there was a conflict between the city's land development regulations and this commission's rule of order?
I think we get a little bit more fundamental when you're talking about people saying the whole reason for having
Madam Attorney, there's a specific section of the land development regulations I would like to cite, but I want to make sure that it would actually be valid over the rules of this commission.
Can you cite me to the rule you're talking about?
It would be section 2.2.10B, request after publication of notice for a deferral of a public hearing.
I meant the rule of the commission.
The one that's being referenced by the members of the public regarding deferral or removal of a public hearing item. I don't have that number in front of me.
City Attorney, that will be Rule 20, Section C, the first sentence on there.
And can you read to me the portion of the LDR?
Yes.
Oh, that's the one where you get to K and she said that's deference?
No, that's
Oh.
section 2.3 regarding
Okay,
the, sorry,
go ahead.
2.2.3. This is section 2.2.10, deferral of application. Request B, request after publication of notice. If a request for deferral of consideration of an application by a review or decision-making body is submitted subsequent to publication of notice, the request for deferral shall be placed on the public hearing agenda and acted upon by the review or decision-making body. The review or decision-making body may grant such requests for good cause. The date of the public hearing at which the application will be heard shall be set at the time the deferral is granted. If a deferral is granted, the application may be subject to additional application fees to defray the costs of processing the application and any notice requirements. I would note that nowhere in that section does it state where that has to occur at the meeting.
And the land development regulations, I believe, are Part B to the city's code of ordinances, and they are actually ordinances, so they should take precedence over the rules. I do not believe the rules have been adopted as an ordinance.
Therefore, this is the section that would apply over that section of the commission's rules, correct?
Yes, and again, back to the fundamental purpose. It's notice. It's notice for people to be here. I believe the one person who got up and was upset about a deferral was before the April meeting when it was and I would just
That
have
was
to
at the
look.
February meeting, which is now out of the question since it has been re-advertised on April 7th, 2025, prior to it being deferred to a date certain on April 21st, today, 2025.
Yes, and again, because of the fact that it was having to get postponed yet again, the applicant was required to re-advertise this item.
That's correct, Madam City Attorney. This item was re-advertised at the cost of the applicant in accordance with Section 2.2.10B of the city's land development regulations.
And the only objections here are being made for people coming up and objecting, and they obviously have notice of when these meetings are because they are here. There is case law on this when people are objecting on notice and how things are done. I do believe that there is ample evidence in this record that the city has moved forward, has followed its land development regulations.
Thank you. I would also like to, for the record on the City Commission, I would like to strike that I formally said February 11th was the previous commission meeting. It was February 10th, I believe. You'll have to excuse me. I get the Commission and Planning and Zoning Board meetings confused sometimes. Regarding the question by Rudy Rothseiden with the surety requirement, the code was amended approximately a year ago, if I'm not mistaken, that opted for two methods of improvement surety to the public. One of them would be posting a surety bond for a certain dollar value depending on the improvements to be completed. The other method is the city withholds the final plat that's approved so that it cannot be recorded and property transfer cannot occur until the improvements are completed and accepted by the city. At that point, they still have to post a one-year maintenance surety bond.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, that is section 2.2.10 sub B.
Is there any other motion?
Before we go on that, am I allowed to ask a question here?
Go ahead.
Just to confirm this, what order in the order of rules is the meeting rules for this commission? Because it sounded like the LDRs supersede it, and so I just want to understand the hierarchy of our rulings.
These, I'm reading on page 3, the 1 to 3rd paragraph down. These rules of procedure adopted by the City Commission to guide the Commission through its primary operation and functions. These are guidance. The LDRs are ordinances. So that is why I said the LDRs would govern.
Thank you for the clarification.
Now we'll move to the roll call. Commissioner
Aye.
Commissioner Williams, I'm sorry,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fletcher.
I'm going to have to say aye.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Pass 5-1. 5-0. I'm sorry. Now we'll move to item C, Fletcher Trace Phase 3, final plat.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Would those who wish to speak please stand and raise your right hands? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This is as a quasi-judicial hearing. I will again voir dire the members on the board to see if they have received any other information from any source outside of the city prior to this meeting. Commissioner Ringerson.
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Williams.
No.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Again, past agendas.
Can you make your decision based upon what's in front of this commission?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Brown.
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Mayor.
No.
Have you received any information outside of what you
Yes.
received? Have you received anything from outside?
Oh, no. No,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. You sick of me yet? We got more of these to go. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua, Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. Incorporated by reference to this presentation are the previous presentations covering the Phase 1 and Phase 2 final plats respectively. That's items A and B under public hearings and ordinances of the agenda. This item was originally scheduled and advertised for the April 7th, 2025 Commission meeting. However, it was deferred to a date certain today, April 21st, 2025. This item is a request by Aaron Hickman, PSM of CHW LLC, applicant and agent for Fletcher Development LLC, property owner, for a Phase 3 final plat for the Fletcher Trace major subdivision. Phase 3 proposes subdividing an approximately 17.66 acre subject property into a total of 37 single-family detached lots. The subject property is generally located north of Northwest 110th Avenue and east of County Road 235. The zoning of the property, planned development residential, was approved by the City Commission on April 25th, 2022 through Ordinance 22-10. A preliminary plat and final PD plan for the Fletcher Trace subdivision was approved by the City Commission on September 26th, 2022. And construction plans were administratively approved on April 18th, 2024. Here again for the last time at this meeting is the vicinity map. Again, the black and white hatched border is the overall property of the major subdivision, red being Phase 1, green being Phase 2, and the item we are now discussing, blue, being Phase 3, north still the top of the map. Here we have running north-south is County Road 235A, and running diagonally across the map is County Road 235. For reference, we have the Walmart Distribution Center, the Dollar General Distribution Center, and the Savannah Station subdivision. Here again is the preliminary plat for the approved Fletcher Trace subdivision, the approved preliminary plat for the Fletcher Trace subdivision, excuse me. In the red boundary is Phase 3. Phase 2 was slightly down from that, and then Phase 1 over here. But let's go ahead and zoom into Phase 3. Here we can see the actual, excuse me, north has been slightly rotated, again, as in with Phase 2. Here we have the subdivision and lots. Then here is County Road 235, and a stormwater management facility is slightly out of frame over here, but is available for full view in the agenda materials. Oh, one last thing. And down here to the southwest is the other connection to 235 that connects through to Phase 2 off screen. This application has been reviewed for consistency with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, housing, transportation, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements. An evaluation with those specific goals, objectives, and policies has been included in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted with the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns related to these items here on the screen regarding Phase 3. Should a concern arise, such as the discovery of wetlands or listed species, compliance with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations will still apply. Section 2.4.10 G6D of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all major subdivision final plats must be found compliant. Those standards are listed here on the screen. The Phase 3 final plat has been reviewed for compliance with those standards, and an analysis has been included in the staff report. The proposed final plat has been found to comply with Article 7 subdivision standards, be in substantial conformance with the valid preliminary plat and construction plans, be consistent with the land development regulations, be consistent with all other relevant city ordinances, including the PD Ordinance 22-10, and has addressed the provision of required public and private improvements as described in the land development regulations. For reference, Commission, that is the requirement of surety of some kind for public improvements, specifically Section 2.4.10 G6D5. And the applicant has opted to complete the required improvements as outlined in that section prior to recording the approved final plat, and therefore, in accordance with that section, a surety is not required to be posted. The application has been reviewed for potential impacts to public facilities, both individually as Phase 3 and as an aggregate impact with all Phases 1, 2, and 3 combined. Both the individual assessment and the aggregate assessment showed no expected impacts that would degrade the level of service of any public facility at this time. A final plat is a final development order, and concurrency will be reserved. Staff recommends that based upon the competent substantial evidence, the City Commission 1 approves the final plat of the Phase 3 of Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision, 2, approve the subdividers agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 3, and 3, authorize the mayor and city attorney to sign the final plat and subdividers agreement. I'm now available to answer any questions the commission may have regarding this application on Phase 3, and the applicant is also present if you have questions of them.
Yes. So, hey, Carson. So hopping back, I think I'm looking at this one. What is the residual capacity percentage-wise after? Is this an accurate reflection?
So that is based off of our current development monitoring report, which was last published in February. And that includes all final development orders reserved concurrency for the past. If it hasn't come online yet, it's for 1 year. Once it comes online, or if the application and development order are extended as provided by state statute or the land development regulations, that gets extended with it. So we do have some older ones that have been extended that way. And then once it comes online, we wait a period of 2 years before removing that concurrency reservation to make sure that we see all of the potential impacts from it coming online.
So does this residual capacity number, I guess, is that including everything that was like passed since February, that reserved capacity, or is that not including that?
So that's accurate up to the development monitoring report, which was published, I don't have the exact date, but it was in the 20s of February 2025.
February? Okay.
The most up-to-date report will be published as required by the LDRs on May 1st. That'll be the annual report.
And so on here, when it says the residual capacity utilized, I think, just double check this one. I know I took your report. It says 88.56%.
Yes.
Is that the correct number?
That's our most accurate number as of today's date.
And I guess it's not including the two ones that were just approved. So it's closer to 90% utilization.
You familiarize me with which ones were just approved.
Phase 1 and Phase 2.
The final, an Exhibit A of the staff report is the aggregate impacts for all three. So if all three were combined into one application, that has the aggregate impacts.
Where was that? Sorry.
Exhibit A, I don't have the page number. It will be the back of the report, the very back.
Meaning you're saying it would be 88 for all three?
I don't have the report in front of me.
What?
Yeah, I have the report.
If you want to pass it back to me, I can hold it.
Yes, yeah, come on up here.
So, Mr. Mayor, as Commissioner Fletcher has pointed out, Exhibit A is on page 24 of the staff report. And the cumulative impacts, are you specifically referencing potable water, Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay. For potable water, that is on page 27. Aggregate impacts would bring it to a residual percentage of permitted design capacity, 89.04%.
89.04.
Projected, yes.
All right, thank you.
And that is at the rate of 275 gallons per day per residential unit as specified in our comprehensive plan. That's what we reserve. Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, may I go ahead and inquire in regard to affected parties? May I inquire as to any other affected parties?
Yes.
Thank you. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed the degree of general interest in community good shared by all persons. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. Is there anyone here claiming to be an affected party? If so, they should come to the microphone, identify themselves, state they have been sworn in, and explain how they are affected parties. For the record, no one is coming to the microphone.
With that, Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move based upon the competent substantial evidence presented at this hearing, presented before this commission, the staff's recommendation, the commission sorry, we got internet problems up here today. Finds the applicant for the Fletcher Development LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan in compliance with the land development regulations, and approves the final plat for Phase 3 for Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision, approves the subdividers agreement for Fletcher Trace Phase 3, and authorize the mayor and the city attorney to assign the final plat for the subdividers agreement.
I'll second that.
There's a motion on the floor. Are there any questions from the public on the motion on the floor?
I'm waiting to be recognized. If you can wait for my clock, please. Mr. Mayor, thank you. My name's Tamara Robbins, and commissioners. So I'm going to not let this go, because Section 2.2 in the city's land development regulations, which the city attorney stated is the priority because it is adopted by ordinance, is titled Common Development Review Procedures. So you go through all the development review procedures that are laid out, going application all the way through. Well, Section 2.2.10, which Mr. Carson noted, there's A, which is the request for a deferral of application prior to publication. Well, that doesn't apply to these hearings. They were all on agendas, correct? We can all agree they were all scheduled for public hearings on 4 separate occasions, which would include tonight's hearing. So item 2.2.10B is a request after publication of notice, which applies to these items that have been on 4 agendas. If a request for a deferral of consideration of an applicant by a review or decision-making body is submitted subsequent to publication, the request for deferral shall be placed on the public hearing agenda. The request for deferral shall be placed on the public hearing agenda and acted upon by the review or decision-making body. None of the agendas where the city manager brought out at the beginning of the agenda and said, we're going to defer these issues, was it on the agenda that the action being asked of this decision-making body was to consider a deferral based on section 2.2.10B. So I disagree with the city manager and the city attorney's conclusion on this. This does not apply to what we are talking about. There was no request for deferral that was placed on the agenda, the public hearing, and acted upon by the review or decision-making body. The review or decision-making body may grant such requests for good cause. The date of the public hearing at which the application will be heard shall be set at the time the deferral is granted. Okay, you had February 7th, where it was just deferred. Okay, February 21st, 4th, it was deferred to a date uncertain at the beginning. There never was a note on the agenda that the request of this governing body was to defer this application. And publishing of the public hearing had already taken place. So in my reading of this, it does not apply to what you have done. So there was no request for a deferral. It was just the city manager as LDR administrator acting unilaterally and saying, we're just going to defer this off the agenda, take it off in violation of your rule, which we know is subsequent to the LDRs. So never on any agenda was it a request for a deferral of a public hearing that had already been published. That is in violation of your LDRs. So disagree with the city attorney, and I disagree with the planner on that conclusion on that. On other items on these, specific to these developments, the usage of County Road 235. Any of you driven on County Road 235 lately? Pretty crappy. No impact fees. There's no requirement for any pathways along 235 so that the residents, the children, the public that are going to pack into these developments are going to be able to get to the rec center. They can't get downtown. They can't get to the community center over at Cleather or Hathcock, can't get to Hal Brady Rec Center or Legacy Park safely. Would you ride your bike or walk along County Road 235? Not me, ever. There's hundreds of rock trucks coming from the Florida Rock down there. There's hundreds of semis coming from the distribution centers on that stretch. And I've been right there at that intersection. I'll tell you, they roll into town going about 50. So to have these type of these density developments with no safe traverse, and you act like in your comprehensive plan, you're all about protecting the public's right to multi-modes of transportation, this is in violation of your comp plan too. Thank you.
Good evening. Was thinking about the what was my last question on the LDRs, on the surety bonds. Was that a staff originated change to our LDRs, or was that an outside source that was originated those LDRs of our surety bonds? And if you compare a surety bond versus a final plat approved by the city, what holds up stronger in court if there is an issue? Aren't surety bonds are there to protect if there is a issue, I guess, with the development, something goes wrong, and the surety is to protect the public for the rest of the development to happen, to assure that it happens. Is it stronger to have a surety bond or stronger to have a final plat approved and just in the court of law? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to address that? Mr. Mayor, would you like me to address that question?
Yes, please.
It's kind of apples and oranges. There are two different ways that you go forward, the way the LDRs are right now. And your question is a little bit too vague for me to be able to respond to what would hold up better, because they are two different paths that it goes on now in the LDRs. And if, may I address, Mr. Mayor, may I address some questions to our staff member?
Yes.
With regard to the 3 Fletcher Trace plats, do you know why they did not move forward on the agendas?
Mr. Mayor, I do, and I do have email correspondence regarding the latest deferral from April 7th to April 21st from the applicant as their request. The main issue was the release of mortgage for the lift station property to be accepted by the city. They had not filed that properly, as halfway through their review process, there was a transfer of ownership of the actual parent parcel to these subdivisions, and that required a lot of paperwork to be refiled, which pushed back the hearings. That said, until that change happened, it had still been ready to go. It was just that change that kind of held everything up.
Had there been a formal request, though, or was it the city who broached that this would need to be postponed because we had not had that information completed to comply with the land development regulations?
To the best of my knowledge, I cannot recall one way or the other. It was discussed with the applicant by the city that it would likely need deferred. However, I'm unsure of the exact wording in their reply, whether it stated that they will defer it or they're requesting deferral on their own volition or going with the city.
Thank you.
But they did respond affirmatively to that email.
Thank you. So they knew it was, they were not objecting to the deferral. Is that accurate?
That is an accurate statement.
Thank you.
If you would like to ask the applicant about that, they are also present.
Yes.
Also, to be clear, that is only in reference to the April 7th deferral, which is all that is relevant.
Mr. Mayor, may I inquire of the applicant?
Yes, you may.
Would you please state your name of the record?
Aaron Hickman, Professor Surveyor, CHW.
And are you the authorized representative of the applicant here?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, when the city found out that there were some issues, did the city broach the deferral to you?
Yes, they did. They asked, if we could not get the mortgage release over the lift station parcel, deferral would need to be considered, and we were acceptable of that. I tried to request a conditional approval be written in as the mode to push this forward with approval on the condition that the mortgage is released prior to the recording and acceptance of the lift station. But here we are today and deferred till a date certain.
Let me state this another way. The deferral was not originated by the applicant. The issue of the deferral was originated by the city because all the necessities to be complied with under the LDRs had not been met. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I believe this is distinguishable from what has been brought up here and brought about. They've been talking about deferrals being brought about by the applicant. These were initiated by the city because they wanted to make sure before they were going to put this on an agenda, before this was going to be addressed by this commission, that it was meeting all of the requirements of the land development regulations. Is that your recollection, Mr. Hickman?
That's correct.
Thank you.
City Attorney, so I guess the argument here is I think we're starting to get sidetracked on whether or not we did this in the right way. So my understanding is on the city's side, there was a failure to follow proper procedure. However, that failure does not affect the process of this hearing.
No, I don't believe that the city failed to follow the procedure because the procedure that was just read was talking about a applicant-initiated deferral. That's not what truly happened here, but your second statement is absolutely correct, which is there is no no harm here in how this had been done. You could say there were some arguments as to whether it was done at the beginning of a meeting or at the end of a meeting. But the bottom line is what the city said after they could not come up with this. We said, you've got to re-advertise. We're not going to let this go on forever. And so there is no one objecting to this. People who were at those meetings are standing at these meetings. The main issue we're talking about is notice and notice to the public. That's what we're really talking about.
Mr. Mayor, may I address the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. Aaron, Mr. Hickman, to your recollection, did you agree to the deferral to date certain from April 7th to April 21st?
Yes, I did.
Would the city attorney agree that that could be considered a request?
I think all of this is getting to a difference without a distinction, but whether, again, notice provisions were sent out. The public knew when these things were. When people were at the first two meetings, the first one, there was an announcement for it to go to be deferred. The reason the city manager said it's being deferred to a time uncertain is that the city was requiring that it be re-advertised. So again, as staff previously stated, those two things did not even go. Is there something else that you would like to add there?
I would like to request a 5-minute recess.
Yes, we may have a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Do you have any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, if you could call the meeting back to order.
Yeah, we are moving back to order.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I do want to make it clear that the applicant and staff did have correspondence back and forth regarding the deferral of the item. At the end of the day, the applicant agreed to the deferral, which would be a request to defer the item. Anyone always has the option to continue the item with a different recommendation from staff or for continuance at that point. But they agreed to the deferral, at which point section 2.10.b, sub B, 2.2.10 sub B of the city's LDRs would apply, and that was followed.
Thank you.
Can I ask some questions about the actual phase 3 now?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Can you pull up the presentation on I think it's page 5. It's sort of like the map of it. So that red line is our back one. Just this whole thing right here. That red line right there is our municipal boundary. Is that correct?
That is correct. The red line, which does overlap with the dashed line and goes around it, is the municipal boundary.
Okay, so just because it looks weird, we annexed that specific stuff. Is that correct?
I would have to look at the records of when that property was annexed, but at some point or another, all property was incorporated into the city.
Okay, it's an interesting shape because it's the same shape as Savannah Station. Is there any sidewalks on the roadway there heading into the city?
No, so there are no sidewalks along this portion of 235.
Okay, and I guess on this one, is there any connection to 235 from this phase or this plat?
A roadway connection?
Yes.
Yes. So zooming in, north has been rotated to be diagonal. To the very far southwest is a connection to 235.
Is that a direct merge onto that roadway, or is there a sort of like a zipper like what you would see?
So this is running not actually north-south, but on the page, up and down, and this is running east-west, so this would be a direct connection. As far as the intersection improvements are concerned, those are all dictated by the county as it's a county roadway.
Mm-hmm. And so from our side, well, I guess we can always say, it's the county's job or pass that around. But for them on this, is there, because we have a lot of trucks going down on this road.
Correct.
And I know based off the experience with people further down on 441 where they get a lot of traffic, when they're doing that direct right turn where they don't have that ease onto that, it gets a bit sketchy, I would say, or difficult. And so it's hard to see on this, is there a way that they're just zippering into that, or is it, again, it's still just a hard turn?
What I would say is that the construction plans handle that aspect, and those were already approved. We are now onto the final plat stage, which is just making sure that this is in conformance with the construction plans.
Okay, so it was already decided before this meeting that is how they're going to handle egressing this part of the development.
So the preliminary plat was approved by you as the commission. Well, not our newest commissioners, but the commission approved it. And then the construction plans are an administrative approval that goes through several different city departments as well as outside technical review from engineers. And that is when that approval would have taken place.
Okay, and so I guess the question is, there's nothing on here we can discuss about that, but in, say, future, when is that discussion meant to happen?
That discussion generally happens with the applicant during the preliminary plat phase, and then it's finalized in the construction phase.
Okay.
The construction plans phase.
All right, thank you. Again, new to this, so thank you.
No problem.
We will move to vote, a roll call for vote. Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Brown.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye. And the passing is 5-0. Now let us move to item D, ordinance 25-06.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to read the title?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a reading of Ordinance 2506, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the small-scale amendment of the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, amending the future land use map classification of A or agriculture on approximately 5.07 acres subject property from agriculture and rural agriculture, that was in the county, to commercial, located at 16313 Northwest US Highway 441, tax parcel number 03044-001-002 and 03044-002-000, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, and providing an effective date. This is the second reading of ordinance 25-06 of the City of Alachua by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. This is a legislative item, just for note. Mr. Mayor, if Commissioner Fletcher would like, I do have a copy each of the staff reports for both item D and item E.
Yes, please.
This item is a legislative request by Alachua Acquisitions, LLC, applicant and agent on behalf of Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated, the property owners, to amend the future land use from agriculture and agriculture county to commercial on an approximately 5.07 acre subject property located at 16313 Northwest US Highway 441. The subject property consists of primarily cleared lands with a religious institution and some naturally wooded areas. The applicant has submitted a companion application for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas, also known as a rezoning, which proposes to amend the zoning of the subject property from agricultural county and administrative and professional county to community commercial. But that will be covered in the quasi-judicial hearing following this one. Here we have an overview of the subject property in the black and white hashed border. As Commissioner Fletcher pointed out, the red is the municipal boundary in the last item. And then north is the top of the map. For reference, US 441 is running approximately west to east or east to west, however you want to look at it. And County Road 235A is running north-south. For reference, here we have Santa Fe Ford and Santa Fe High School, and the recently completed Wawa project and the Main Street Urgent Care project are approximately located here on this parcel. As referenced in the overview, the existing future land use designation of the site are agriculture and agriculture county, which I will now give a brief overview of. The purpose of the agriculture future land use category is to, quote, maintain agriculture operations within the city limits, as well as preserve the rural character and small town charm of Alachua, end quote. The category permits up to 0.2 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.5. Typical uses include single-family detached dwelling units, supporting community services, agriculture production and education, animal husbandry, care and sales, and horticulture, though this is not an all-inclusive list. The remaining portion of the subject property that is designated as Agriculture County is as such due to the recent annexation of the property. No development can occur on that portion of the subject property until a City of Alachua future land use category is designated on the site. Here again is that subject property, but this is our future land use map, the existing future land use map. The parcels outside of the municipal boundary are white because those are not a part of our future land use map. Adjacent to the west is a commercial intensive just commercial district. Also across 441 to the south, and Caddy Corner is also commercial. And to the east, where Santa Fe High School is public. On the property, the green is the agriculture city portion, and the purple is the agriculture county portion. The proposed amendment would designate the entire subject property under the commercial future land use category, the purpose of which is to, quote, to provide for general commercial uses as well as more intense commercial and highway commercial uses. This is the land use category in which large-scale regional commercial uses may locate, end quote. The commercial future land use category permits up to 15 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.85. In total, there would be a net increase of 75 dwelling units permitted from 1 to 76, and a net increase of approximately 104,740 square feet of non-residential floor area permitted on the site. That would be going from 82,981 to approximately 187,721. I should note that these are the comprehensive plan allowances. The land development regulation allowances are still at 0 for the dwelling units. But we're discussing the comprehensive plan, so those are the numbers we have. Here again is that subject property one last time, this time filled in with the new proposed future land use of commercial. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members of the public about the project and to receive comments regarding the project. Neighborhood meetings are not required for small-scale comprehensive plan amendment applications. However, the applicant did hold neighborhood meetings for the companion rezoning application and covered the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment as well at those meetings. A meeting was held on September 23rd, 2024. However, notice was deemed to be insufficient by staff, and an additional neighborhood meeting was held February 18th, 2025 to correct that deficiency. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by 6 members of the public. A neighborhood meeting summary is available for your review in the application materials on the online agenda. Chapter 163.3177 of the Florida statutes requires the future land use element of a comprehensive plan to provide land for a balance of uses, and that allows for the operation of real estate markets to provide adequate choices for permanent and seasonal residents and businesses. The comprehensive plan must provide land to accommodate at least a 10-year planning period. The applicant has submitted materials contending the following: that the amendment would, from agriculture to commercial, would increase development potential and poses numerous potential benefits, including providing additional options for commercial businesses and employment for the city's growing population. They also contend that as demand for additional goods, services, and offices increase, conventionally located commercial development options would be vital to meet that demand. And finally, they contend that while the agriculture future land use category limits the subject property to agricultural and limited residential uses, the commercial uses allowed, should the amendment to be approved, are a much better use of the subject property located at a busy intersection in the city's corporate corridor activity center. A full needs analysis is available in the staff report. Chapter 163.3177 of the Florida statutes also requires any amendment to the future land use element to discourage the proliferation of urban sprawl. Subsection 6A9 identifies 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria. An amendment to the future land use map is presumed to not be considered urban sprawl if it meets at least 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. An evaluation of those 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and 8 urban form criteria has been provided in the staff report. No primary indicators raised concerns, and the amendment meets at least 4 of the 8 urban form criteria. And as such, staff concluded that the proposed amendment does not constitute urban sprawl, as noted in Chapter 163.3177 of Florida statutes. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, community facilities, and conservation and open space elements. A brief note on transportation, especially because we have new commissioners present that weren't present for the first reading. The application has the potential to negatively impact the level of service of roadway segment 6. However, a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment is not a final development order, and capacity will not be reserved. Should a future development application be submitted for the property, concurrency will be reevaluated, including segment 6. And if the level of service is still exceeded, then the final development order must address those impacts generated from the future land use, from the future development. This amendment in and of itself will not negatively impact the level of service standard of any public facility. Just for reference, segment 6 is the portion of 441 that runs between 235A here to the interchange at I-75 here. So it's this segment of 441 here. All that said, staff has concluded that the proposed amendment is consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan, and an evaluation of those specific goals, objectives, and policies is available in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted, and the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns for the environmental features listed here on the screen. Although the property is located in a karst-sensitive area, there are no known sinkholes to exist. A geotech report may be required as part of future development applications. On March 11th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-0 to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. And on April 7th, 2025, the City Commission voted 4-0 to approve Ordinance 2506 upon first reading. Staff recommends that the City Commission find the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ, Incorporated, to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and approve Ordinance 2506 upon second and final reading. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions the Commission may have of me, and the applicant or agent for the applicant is also present.
You said, so I guess we're talking about segment 6 here, right?
Yes.
Do you mind just putting it up on there? All right, just so we know.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that the residual capacity, or the increase generated by development, that is theoretical at the moment.
That's correct.
That's correct. However, the available capacity is already over 100% on that road segment. Is that correct?
That would be correct for average annual daily trips. If you look towards PM peak, I believe it is under. Is that correct, Commissioner?
I think so. It says 284. Is that how much availability is? How many trips, or is that how many cars?
Can I review the?
Yes, absolutely.
So 284 is the current available capacity of segment 6 measured by PM peak hour. The comprehensive plan establishes the level of service to be monitored at PM peak hour. Average annual daily trips is only provided for informational purposes.
Can you just clarify
yes.
what that means when we say there's 284, it's 284?
That would be 284 trips in the PM peak hour, whatever that is determined to be through a traffic count. Typically, it's around the hours of 5 or 6.
So for us to understand, it would be as if 284 additional cars may go through that during that time period.
Not necessarily individual cars, but 284 trips made by cars.
Okay.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how different cars, it's just cars going through that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions on that?
Do you mind if I see it again? We'll get it next time, don't worry. And just on here, the rating is a D for that segment. If we go over 100% on that, will that change that rating for that segment to an F?
So the rating is established as a requirement of what we must maintain in the city's comprehensive plan. If we were to exceed that level of service, well, first off, we couldn't just approve a development for a final development order if we exceed it. Some action would have to be taken, whether that's in some form of fee or amending the comprehensive plan or actually increasing the capacity of that roadway, any number of ways.
So what I'm hearing is the current rating is D. And
well, the current level of service is D.
Okay, so the current level of service is D, all right? And if we go over, it would go, if we theoretically went over, it would be F?
In terms of the actual conditions, yes. In terms of what's on paper, the requirement would still be to meet D unless we amend that in the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so we want to hit D, we don't want to go to F, but D is what we're wanting the baseline to at least be.
As established in the comprehensive plan, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Carson, I have a question. When you were saying the area, did that include the intersection? That include the intersection in there?
So the traffic counts are often completed on a segment, because the traffic counts, we rely on count data from the Florida Department of Transportation since we do not conduct our own counts. We just got in the latest counts from 2024, which will be incorporated into that annual report published on May 1st. But as of right now, we're still operating on the 2023 numbers. I can tell you between the two, it's not a large difference. And you also have to keep in mind that we'll be removing some development orders that have since come online and have waited their 2 years. So that's going to shift. But based off of our current data, that count is approximately somewhere in the middle of this segment.
Do we know what's going to be built there at this time or no?
That would be a question for the applicant. As far as we're currently discussing any potential thing in the commercial future land use, once it's also rezoned, contingent on that, anything that is permitted by both the future land use and the zoning, whatever those end up being, would be permitted on that site. You can ask the applicant, but no one's being held to that.
So similar to what's already, like gas stations, things like that.
Those are permitted in the commercial future land use category.
Preschool?
Supporting community services are permitted.
Thank you.
To hop on that, you said gas stations are permitted under commercial or commercial intensive?
Specifically, we're discussing the commercial future land use. We don't have a commercial intensive future land use. That would be zoning. In terms of the future, excuse me, in terms of the future land use, commercial would permit.
And just your interpretation on something. From here, it shows that segment 6 is, getting close to that 100%, right?
Yes.
But then it shows segment 5, and I think segment 5 is pretty much better. It's at 77%.
I believe my eyesight's not great from up here, but I believe segment 5 is this portion here.
Right. Yeah. So when you have a section going from really that higher 100% to a lower percent, what does that mean?
We typically expect that to mean one of two things. Either people are reaching their destination or they're choosing an alternate route. In most cases, what we can probably logically discern is that in the morning and evening during that peak hour, a lot of people are coming from this direction across segment 7 and 6, and then either going north or south off of I-75 before reaching segment 5.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no other questions from this commission, I'd like to make a motion. I move that based upon the competent substantial evidence, the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, that we find the application for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for Browning Family Revocable Trust in Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and approve and adopt Ordinance 25-06 upon second and final reading.
I'll second that.
Are there any comments from the public?
Mr. Mayor, I would request that the Deputy City Clerk return the time to 3 minutes as this is a legislative hearing.
My name is James Jim Carrington, and I live in Brook Point, a forested community. We don't, when I think of communities now, I think of behind Lowe's. I think of the ones that you've already established this afternoon. I think of the barren lands behind Progress center. I think of, as I say, those proposals are all done based on the idea of rezoning agricultural lands. So I say to the two new commissioners, welcome, thank you. We know how difficult it will be for you, Mr. Mayor. But I also say to the three commissioners that are here now, do you think the elections were about nothing? I think the elections were, to put it simply, about what are we going to do in the Good Life community? Are we going to have the, you used the term similar, Commissioner Regerson, are the agriculture, is there anything similar to agricultural lands when you start putting gas stations on it? Certainly, we know that the big issue with agricultural lands is the density. The density. And every time you vote, and you've done it piecemeal, not you, the commission has done it piecemeal over and over again, a little bit at a time. I'm worried that when we see 441 with high rises or gas stations or lift stations all along 441, what's going to happen to the neighborhoods that were there 30 years? I've been at Brook Point 30 years. We're not going to have a tree left in Schmidt Farms. It's going to be bulldozed, just like behind Lowe's, just like the places that you've got going up across from the high school with Tower Hill. We can't even get a golf course, I ask you to look at this as your first opportunity as a new commission to send a message that you're not going to willy-nilly rezone agricultural lands. Rezone agricultural lands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Tamara Robbins. I really back up that plea that it is time to stop rezoning agricultural land. This is a legislative decision, not quasi-judicial. So a legislative decision is one of which a law is made. For example, amending a federal or state statute or a local ordinance. A governing body of a county or municipality has broad decision-making latitude in legislative matters, which include the adoption and amendment of the comprehensive plan and land development code. A local government can approve or deny a proposed legislative action or a comprehensive plan amendment for any legitimate basis. Like, we don't want to rezone any more agricultural land in this city, right? So legislative, you have leeway. Quasi-judicial, you are enforcing the existing laws that you made. Legislative, you are setting the laws, which you have broad discretionary choices. It's discretionary. You can just say, no, I don't want to rezone any more agricultural land. And you can justify that corner, oh, it's all commercial. Well, everything in the city of Alachua is commercial all the way down 441, 10 miles down the road. Okay, so the sprawling land gobble of annexation is not infill. Clear cutting is happening. People are angry about it. They're sickened by it. And to say that, 441 and I-75 is just pass through traffic, it's nothing we can do about it. Yes, you can. I-75 has been here years. 441 has been here years. Ever since you have been setting the comprehensive plan and LDRs. You have to live with it. You can't continue to make it worse. Okay? You just approved massive housing on 235, a road that has local rock trucks and local you-created distribution warehouse truck traffic, and you do not require the developer to put a trail on their property to get the children and the public to the existing public facilities. That is bad planning. That has nothing to do with pass-through. Oh, federal highway, state highway, not our problem. Yes, it's your problem. It's not the county's problem either. It's your problem. It's unsafe. You are putting the public at risk. Your job is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of this community. Do it. And this election was a message that we are tired of the, full throttle, pedal to the metal, let's do it whatever we want. You just did it. 235. Go out there and walk along that road. Just sit along it. Vote no.
Hello, I'm Soria Lindberg. First, I want to thank Carson for all their work and integrity to give us the confidence of what will not be impacted by this rezone, which is sewer and water. I live right behind this proposed area, so I'm glad to know I don't have to worry about that. But I also appreciate sharing what's negatively impacted, which is traffic. And I'm getting a feeling that's a four-letter word around here, but just hear me out. So the staff report notes that this development could bring road segment 6 to 108% of its capacity. Since it's not developed now, anything you put on it is going to add more stuff. We get that. So there's already a high traffic zone, and that's before the Chick-fil-A is operating, which will increase highway traffic even more. I know in my family's on a road trip, we hold it in until we get to the Chick-fil-A exit, because we know that's going to be a nice place to get lemonade and french fries, and then behind that we're going to have hundreds of more houses. So I'm about to say some big words I learned on your website. So in section 2.414 of the city's LDRs, it says if a project exceeds the capacity of a roadway and doesn't meet concurrency standards, those deficiencies are supposed to be addressed before the city issues a final development order. And while Chapter 18 of the code covers proportionate share mitigation, I understand the city of Alachua does not currently assess transportation impact fees. So currently, any development projects are not contributing directly to road improvements. This is available for anyone to see, but I'll be surprised if it is common knowledge. So my first question is, has the city considered establishing a transportation impact fee program, especially for projects like this that involve rezoning from agriculture to something more busy? That's my first question. And of course, it's not the first or last piece of land from our experience that can go from agricultural to something else. So this could be a proactive way to embrace change. We know it's busy out there, and I've seen Interplan's work. I worked in Orlando for 25 years. I've seen their work. It's going to be beautiful, whatever they make. But I believe the people who live here and who love Alachua to make the best of it. So my second question is, if the city and applicant agree on a fair impact fee credit for proportional share mitigation, another big word I learned, what is the process for making those details available for the public? We hear a lot about traffic, we talk about the traffic, but beginning the process of exploring how an impact fee program would look like to the city is a tangible way of connecting new land uses with all of us that are affected by it. And just because we drive through the intersection now and you wait 1 or 2 turns for a light, that's going to change when you add this thing on the corner, when you add the Chick-fil-A, when you add more houses, when one day in the future Tower Hill puts 350 apartments next to the fire station. So it's just going to get bigger and bigger. So thank you.
Good evening again, Rudy Rothside. Thank you. I think about the development that is has a hotel looking down at their properties. I think about, it makes sense that that piece should be commercial. Everything around is commercial, except for the neighborhood that's right behind it that the young lady with all these new big words educated us about. Is there any thought of maybe trying to annex that neighborhood into our community and have some intelligent voters added to our voter rolls to have them have a say to what's going to go on in that type of change from agricultural to commercial? can we put any verbiage that might say, hey, let's, because there is houses within so many feet, can we maybe try to protect the homes that are existing, the current constituents, not the future constituents that we are vetting for. Your home is a sacred place. If you have some sort of new development that comes in, change happens and makes people feel uncomfortable at times, and sometimes it's good. My daughter loves eating at Chick-fil-A. But I too know that if I'm getting off at exit where there's a Chick-fil-A, there's going to be a big old line. There's going to be a lot more people getting off, and traffic is I brought up at the very beginning of the meeting. I will not accept my daughter getting a D on anything. We will seek tutors. We will do whatever it takes not to approve things for a D rating. But I look at it and I go, yeah, everything around it's commercial. It seems as though, yeah, that could be a good spot for more commercial. But the main thing is the housing development behind it. That is a dangerous intersection. I've communicated this before. I've had multiple friends that were killed in an intersection that I went to high school with, and I would accidents happen, and I would hate to see anything else. Thank you.
Is any other questions from the citizen, the commissioners? Let me put my glasses on. I'm sorry. Commissioners.
Go ahead. Jake's.
Yeah. So I recall from an earlier conversation that our concurrency reports, they're created or the last time they were updated was February 10th. Is that correct?
Not February 10th, it was later in February, but yes, February.
Okay, so February. And so these numbers are based off of what was done in February, right?
Yeah, so there's been no new approved projects other than the golf course site plan, which had de minimis impacts on traffic, meaning no impacts were expected.
Okay. And I'm assuming you know this because you're the only one in the department and everything has to go through you at this point. Is that correct?
I don't know if I'd word it that way, but I do work on the development monitoring reports.
Okay. And is there a reason why the development monitoring report takes so long to go?
So we are required to publish one a minimum of quarterly by the LDRs, and then one annual concurrency report to be published by May 1st of every year. We generally will update it whenever a new development is proposed. Given that the latest one was in April and the annual report is coming up in May, we were just holding off until May.
Okay. And is this timeline effective with the amount of plat applications we've seen in the past year?
Typically.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically, yes.
Thank you.
I just want to add, for the intersection, and I live on that road, I love that little piece of property. I would love to see something, I asked, we don't know what's going to go there, but something to also enhance the children at Santa Fe High School.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I think, it's walkable. That sidewalk is from the high school across the street down all the way past Meadow Glen has sidewalk. Would also encourage, that to be added for the applicant to know that that is still very important for those children. And then I know you mentioned the intersection right now. It is going to increase traffic.
It has the potential to, depending on what's developed there.
But you also mentioned the time of day of the report, and that is typically the parents and people going home. The high school traffic is, travel that road, as some members mentioned, it's anywhere from 7:45 to 8:30, and then 3:15 to 3:45.
Would the applicant like to address potential future development on that site?
Yes, good evening. My name is Chris Blurton with Interplan LLC, representing the applicant, 220 East Central Parkway, Altamont Springs, Florida. We don't have any definitive development plans as of yet, but we are certainly planning to work with the surrounding residential homes that are back behind the property, providing both a natural and a planted screening buffer from any commercial development on our property and the adjacent residential homes. There is also a 50-foot unimproved right-of-way, or actually I believe it's 60-foot on the northern side of our property. You can see it's an L-shaped property that heads from the north to the south. That unimproved right-of-way is heavily treed. It's currently basically landscaped, and that'll remain as a natural buffer as well from our property to the remainder of the neighborhood to the north. As for potential uses, we are a little limited, of course. First of all, we're asking for a lower, and this will come up in the next hearing, a lower density than many of the surrounding commercially zoned properties. Those are mostly commercial intensive. This is going to be community commercial, again, at the next scheduled hearing, or not the hearing, but the next item. That does kind of limit some of the things that we can do that are not quite as intensive. As you know, the gas station that's across the street that did come up, we are kind of limited as well due to the school that is just across the street, of course, which is kind of limit liquor stores, which is not something we're anticipating, but it wouldn't even be allowed. Smoke shops, things like that. We're typically looking at medical offices and quick service restaurants generally, which I don't know how many of the high school students are necessarily going to be going to the dentist office or medical office, but certainly I could see them enjoying some of the quick service restaurants that may be looking at going into this development. You're welcome.
Is there any question for the applicant? If not, we'll move to a roll call vote. Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Brown.
Aye.
And the chair moves to aye. So we have passed 4-1. Now we'll move to item E, ordinance 25-07.
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. If you wish to speak on this item, please stand. Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to read the ordinance?
Yes.
This is the second reading of ordinance 25-07, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the site-specific amendment of the official zoning atlas of the City of Alachua, amending the official zoning atlas for from A at approximately 5.07 acres, subject property from agriculture in the county and administrative professional in the county to community commercial or CC. Located at 16313 Northwest U.S. Highway 441, tax parcel number 03044-001-002 and 03044-002-000, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, and providing an effective date. This is the second reading of ordinance 25-07 of the City of Alachua by title only.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, and City Manager. Carson J. Crockett, Planner with the City of Alachua Planning Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. I've been sworn in, hopefully for the last time tonight. This item is a quasi-judicial request by Alachua Acquisitions, LLC. If I could have the lights. Thank you. This item is a quasi-judicial request by Alachua Acquisitions, LLC, who is the applicant and agent, or the agent of the applicant, on behalf of Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated, the property owners, to amend the zone district from agricultural A County and administrative and professional AP County to community commercial CC on an approximately 5.07 acre subject property located at 16313 Northwest U.S. Highway 441. The subject property consists of primarily cleared lands with a religious institution and some naturally wooded areas. And of course, this is the companion item to item D on the agenda that we just covered. As such, I will incorporate the previous presentation into this presentation should anything relevant come up. Here again is the vicinity map of the subject property in the black and white hatched border, with the top of the map being north, red being the municipal boundary, 441 running across, and 235A running north-south adjacent to the property as well. Santa Fe High School for reference, and then Santa Fe Ford for reference. Should get my eyes checked. Not that that's relevant. The current zoning district of the property is a mix of agricultural A county and administrative and professional AP county. No development can occur on the subject property until a City of Alachua zone district is designated on the site. So as such, the maximum development potential is 0 and 0. Here is the current zone district that we have here on the property in the black and white hatched border again. The lighter purple is the county agriculture. The darker purple is the county administrative and professional. Adjacent to the west is the commercial intensive, as well as across 441 commercial intensive, and adjacent catty corner is commercial intensive. So this would be community commercial and not commercial intensive, but we'll get into that in a second. The proposed amendment would designate the entire subject property as community commercial, the purpose of which is to provide, quote, to provide lands for business uses that provide goods and services to residents of the entire community. Because these commercial uses are subject to public view, they should provide appropriate appearance, adequate parking, controlled traffic movement, suitable landscaping, appropriate pedestrian facilities, and protect abutting residential areas from adverse impacts. The CC district should typically be located along major arterials or at the intersection of an arterial and highway, end quote. Community commercial permits up to 0 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.75. That is the current allowance. In total, there would be a net decrease of 1 dwelling unit permitted, that should be 0 dwelling units permitted to 0, and a net increase of approximately 165,636 square feet, which is under that comprehensive plan allowance of non-residential permitted on the subject property. Note that these allowances, I just said that. This is due to the recent comprehensive plan amendment regarding mixed-use future land use categories. However, it has yet to be implemented in the land development regulations. Once again, here is that subject property, this time with the proposed zone district of CC. As such, it would act more as a buffer between a transition between the CI moving east towards the lower intensity uses. As we can see, the high school, although public in future land use and in actual land use, the zoning is ag. The purpose of a neighborhood meeting is to educate the owners of nearby land and any other interested members of the public about the project and to receive comments regarding the project. A meeting was held on September 25th, 2024. However, notice was deemed by staff to be insufficient, and an additional neighborhood meeting was held February 18th, 2025 to correct the deficiency. All property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified, and notice of the meeting was published in a newspaper general circulation. I do want to take a minute and pause on that 400 feet. That applies both inside and outside of the municipal boundary. Even those in the county in that 400-foot radius in that unincorporated neighborhood did receive notice. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by 6 members of the public, and a neighborhood meeting summary is available for your review in the application materials. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application can be found in the future land use, transportation, community facilities, and conservation open space elements. The same note that applied to the companion item D on transportation also applies to this item, but you'll notice that the impacts are slightly lower, again, because the development potential of the community commercial district is less than that of the commercial future land use. Staff has concluded that the proposed amendment is consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. An evaluation of the specific goals, objectives, and policies is included in the staff report. Here again for reference, I was discussing segment 6, again, which is the portion between 235A and US 441, of 441 and US Highway, or Interstate 75. It's getting late. This is an overview. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted and the findings included in the staff report. There are no concerns for the environmental features listed here on the screen. Although the property is located in a car-sensitive area, there are no known sinkholes to exist, and a geotech report may be required as part of future development applications. Section 2.4.2E1 of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all site-specific amendments to the official zoning atlas must be found compliant, and they're listed here on the screen. The application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards, with a full analysis included in the staff report, but I will now briefly go through each of these standards. Consistent with comprehensive plan. An analysis of the application's consistency with the City of Alachua comprehensive plan is included in the staff report. The application has been found to be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Consistent with ordinances. The proposed amendment is not in conflict with any portion of these LDRs or any of the City Code of Ordinances. An analysis of the application's compliance with the City of Alachua land development regulations is included in the staff report. The proposed amendment is not in conflict with any applicable requirements of the City's Code of Ordinances. Logical development pattern. The proposed amendment would provide a transitionary zone district from the more intense commercial intensive district to the south and west of the subject property towards the less intense agricultural A district to the north and east, stepping down the intensity of development while providing for a logical continuation of business uses compatible with adjacent properties. Premature development. The subject property is located within an urban area of the city, proximate to the existing residential and non-residential uses. Lands adjacent to the south and west contain pre-existing business land uses, and lands adjacent to the east contain pre-existing institutional uses. Additionally, the subject property is located at the intersection of U.S. Highway 441 and County Road 235A, a principal arterial roadway and major collector roadway, respectively. Future development of the property would not create premature development in an undeveloped or rural area. Incompatible with adjacent lands. The proposed amendment would provide that transitionary zone district, as I previously mentioned, and would provide for that step down in intensity while providing for a logical continuation of business uses compatible with the adjacent properties. Based on the surrounding zone districts and adjacent land uses, the uses permitted by the proposed amendment would be compatible with the uses permitted by the zone district classification of adjacent lands. Adverse effect on local character. The community commercial, or CC district, is stated to, quote, typically be located along major arterials or at the intersection of an arterial and highway, end quote. The subject property we're discussing is located at the intersection of U.S. Highway 441 and County Road 235A, a principal arterial roadway and major collector roadway, respectively. Additionally, the city's land development regulations provide for protections from infill development, including residential protection standards. The amendment itself would not create excessive traffic, density, and/or intensities of use, building, height, and bulk, noise, lights, or other physical effects or nuisances. Some of those standards in the residential protection standards include a contextual height setback within 100 feet of any residential development, just as a note. Not deviate from pattern of development. The uses permitted by the proposed amendment are primarily business uses, and the community commercial district is a business zone district. Lands to the south and west are in the commercial intensive district, which is also a business zone district. That does permit some similar uses as well as some more intensive uses in the CI district. Additionally, the subject property is located at the intersection of U.S. Highway 441 and 235A, as we've discussed, which are principal arterial and major collector roadways, respectively. Encourage sprawl. The proposed amendment has been evaluated against Policy 13F of the city's comprehensive plan, future land use element. Additionally, the companion small-scale comprehensive plan amendment application has been evaluated against the 13 primary urban sprawl indicators and the 8 urban form criteria in Section 163.3177 Florida statutes, with the findings included in the application staff report. Staff has concluded that the proposed amendment does not constitute urban sprawl. I do want a distinction on definitions here. That does not mean it constitutes infill development. It just means it does not constitute urban sprawl. Spot zoning. The proposed amendment would provide Spot zoning, I'm going to read through this one just to make sure we're all on the same page. The proposed amendment will not result in the creation of an isolated zone district unrelated to adjacent and surrounding zone districts, otherwise known as spot zoning. The proposed amendment would provide a transitionary zone district from that adjacent commercial intensive district to the south and west towards that less intense agricultural district to the north and east, stepping down the intensity of development while providing for a logical continuation of business uses compatible with the adjacent properties. The proposed amendment will not result in the creation of an isolated zone district unrelated to adjacent and surrounding zone districts. Public facilities. The subject property is located within the community wastewater service area and community potable water service area, and any future development on the subject property will be required to connect to these services. No adverse effect on the environment. Environmental conditions analysis has been included in the staff report. The proposed amendment would not result in any significantly adverse impacts to the environmental features, to any environmental features. Additionally, future development of the subject property must comply with the environmental protections established in the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and land development regulations. The application has been evaluated for concurrency with potential impacts to public facilities, including traffic, potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, recreation, and public schools. As previously noted, there's the potential on segment 6 to exceed the level of service. As required by section 2.4.14 of the city's land development regulations, those deficiencies must be addressed in the final development order prior to issuing the certificate of concurrency compliance. This is a preliminary development order. Therefore, this application in and of itself does not degrade the level of service, as it is a preliminary development order and concurrency will not be reserved. Impacts will be reevaluated at the time of future development applications and final development orders. On March 11th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-0 to transmit the item to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. And on April 7th, 2025, the City Commission voted 4-0 to approve Ordinance 2507 upon first reading. At that hearing, they also scheduled second and final reading for today. Staff recommends that the City Commission find the site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas for Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and approve Ordinance 2507 upon second and final reading. I'm now available to answer any questions the Commission may have, and the agent for the applicant is also present.
And Mr. Mayor, before we do that, I do need to go ahead and retire the dais because this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So my question to each person on the dais is whether they have received any information regarding this application from anywhere outside of this commission chambers, or received any information whatsoever. Commissioner Ringerson?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Again, I've seen this come up in past meetings that I have attended at.
The only information from this commission?
Yep, I'm just putting it out there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Brown?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do I have any questions from the commissioners?
Question is, so on here, we're talking about the comprehensive plan and the default designation from a community commercial, right, puts it over. Is that correct, right? We're at, on segment 6.
I don't have the table in front of me.
All right. Pass it back. We see how it's over. Is there any, what designations fit within that amount on that roadway for that segment?
I don't have an analysis in front of me. The challenge that you'll find is most of the business zone districts permit the same floor area ratio, which is the ratio of the site and area times the ratio gets you the amount of floor area you're permitted. For any site that is under 5 acres in size, but over 1 acre in size, the floor area ratio is 0.75. Now, you might be wondering why, in that case, do we have the floor area ratio of 0.75 if this site is over 5 acres? That's because these are two separate parcels that could be developed separately. So we have to account for them being developed separately at this time. If they were to be considered together and combined to the parcels, that would get it to a floor area ratio of 0.5, and that would significantly lower those traffic generations. But even a commercial neighborhood would probably end up at 0.75 on there.
Okay, thank you.
Office residential would not.
If there's no other questions, do we have any motion?
Well, before we do that again, because this is quasi-judicial, I have to go through the determination of affected parties. May I do so, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. An affected party is any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, including interests related to health and safety, densities, intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. The alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in the community good shared by all persons. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development permit is an affected party. Anyone claiming to be an affected party, please come to the microphone, identify yourself, state that you've been sworn, and explain how you believe you're an affected party.
We didn't swear anyone in yet. Oh, we did? Oh, okay. I was just listening then. Sorry about that. Hi, I am Soria Lindberg. I am an affected party because I got a letter in the mail about this. I'm within 400 feet of this proposed land rezoning. I prepared everything for the last item, so I'm just going to speak from my heart from this one. We are not just a square on a map. There are 100 or so houses that are right there. And this is why I prepare. Many people on my street have been there for generations. I was surprised when I moved in. One guy's like, I lived in this house, my mom lived in this house, and then she passed it on to me when she passed, and so lives in their grandma's house. So there's a lot there. And I kind of feel like we're the redheaded stepchild sometimes. You guys, like, I hear, well, she doesn't even go here. Like, she's not in our city. We're on a different mat. So, but we are next to this rezone. I do appreciate the applicant working with the staff to make it community commercial, so it could be a little less intense if you're going to make it commercial. I've stated this in a previous meeting. I know if you've got land, we're in a capitalist society, you're going to sell it, but hopefully we can make the best of it. And that's why in my last item, I brought up what happens when this goes through in the future. We say this amendment won't affect traffic because we're just doing the rezone, but that's the road we're on. So what's next? Like, and as someone who is not on a commission and I don't work for this city, so if we get to the point of a fair impact fee credit for proportional share mitigation, like, what is that even like? Is that something that happens upstairs? Does the public hear about it? Because if we don't have impact fees, that's off the table. So when it comes to that traffic, so I'm happy to share my time if anyone wants to address that or tell me where I can go or what to look up to see what that happens, or share an example of when we've had this shared fee with a developer before. Is there anything you can do, city manager?
The only thing that, Mr. Mayor, the only thing that we've done recently, and it's, again, apples and oranges, but when we increased infrastructure, our distribution collection from the east and west, we did establish infrastructure improvement areas. And so any new development, just for instance, a commercial development within that infrastructure improvement area, they pay a per square foot charge. and any residential unit goes, it's a one-time fee at that time. Also, capital facility charges in other jurisdictions probably get referred to as impact fees because our capital facility charges take into account any added burden new development puts on our system. And so we've done those things so somebody, that has lived here for some time, they don't pick up extra charges on their bills because of new development. I would probably have to refer to the city attorney on how that would go about as far as any new legislation.
No, there's nothing I'm aware of on the drawing boards, and that's really not the subject of the motion that,
Yeah, I know we're getting tired, but this is also my life, and I'm also representing the neighbors who are unable to come here, the ones that are, they got babies, they just can't be here. I leave my husband at home with the kid every time I come out, so my kid's getting a little jealous of these meetings.
I believe the planner would like to address something.
To address some of the questions regarding the impact fees or capital facility charges, whatever we want to designate them as, any regarding traffic would have to be brought before the commission as part of an ordinance. That wouldn't be done solely upstairs. That said, I am not aware of any currently on the drawing board. Regarding future development of the site, it depends on the route the applicant chooses. It could be an infrastructure plan or it could be a site plan. Typically, site plans are more common. I can speak to that process. In that case, they would have to draw up a concept plan, come back to us here at the city and the Planning and Community Development Department, as well as other relevant departments, including Public Services. We would have a pre-application conference. And at that point, we would address any glaring issues. After that, they would take that concept and go to a neighborhood meeting, which they would be required to advertise for. Again, if you're within that 400 feet, you would receive mailed notice. If not, you can request to be added to the registered persons list. Either way, there will also be an ad in a newspaper of general circulation. At that neighborhood meeting, you could address some of those concerns regarding traffic impacts from the proposed development that are more specific to the development proposed than the zoning, which is more broad than that specific development may be. Also at that hearing, you could bring up any comments or concerns you may have regarding buffering of the adjacent neighborhood, the residential protection standards and the land development regulations. Any of that would be a good time to bring that up. After that point, assuming the applicant makes some of those changes, it's brought to us, we get a summary of that meeting and we review it against our code. We do look at those summaries of neighborhood meetings and try to address as many of those concerns as possible and as our regulations allow us to. At that point, it would go through staff review before being brought before the Planning and Zoning Board. In most cases, the Planning and Zoning Board is the final determiner on site plans, and that would be another public hearing opportunity for you to speak at.
That was perfect. Thank you so much. Some things you can't just Google on a municipal code online website. And my last question is community commercial. Does the mixed-use development that recently passed in the Planning Zoning Board apply to this? And can you confirm the maximum height that would be allowed under community commercial?
She's referring to a staff-initiated LDR text amendment that was heard at the April 15th Planning and Zoning Board hearing. That is a recommendation that will come before you here at the Commission. That has not yet been passed. It would have to be heard at 2 public hearings and approved by an ordinance. So that does not yet apply. However, it would theoretically apply, but that's not an issue here because it doesn't exist yet. Regarding the current regulations, any non-residential development or multifamily residential development within 100 feet of a residential development or zone district, which this would include, has a contextual height setback. That means for every foot within that 100 feet, it is from the property line, it can only be that many feet tall. So if your structure is only 15 feet from the property line, you can only be 15 feet in height. For most uses, not all, but most uses in the community commercial district, that caps at 2 stories. Some uses go past that, and that is only within the 100 feet. After that, the community commercial height limitation, as it is citywide, is 65 feet.
Is there anyone else who believes they're an affected party? There being none.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, oh, geez, internet. Hang on. That based upon the competent substantial evidence, the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, this commission find the application for a site-specific amendment to the official zoning atlas for Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and approve and adopt ordinance 25-07 upon second and final reading.
I'll second that.
Are there any comments from the public?
Conditions that were up there.
Which letter do you want?
Okay, back up one. Okay, and go down one. Okay, sorry, go back one. Okay, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the individual needs to be sworn in.
Yes, I do.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commission staff, thank you, Tamara Robbins. So I ask for this to be brought up. So compliance with LDVR's adverse effect on local character, the proposed adverse. So adverse is defined as unfavorable, okay? The proposed amendment will not adversely affect the character of the general area where it is proposed to be located by creating excessive traffic, density, and/or intensities of use, building height, and bulk noise, lights, or other physical effects or nuisances. Well, I find it hard to believe there won't be any adverse effects if you're backed up to an adjacent residential neighborhood and you want to build commercial development. I mean, let's face it, there is adverse effects, right? I mean, you can't have none. Can you go down one more about the environment? Okay, no adverse effect on the environment. Again, adverse, unfavorable. The proposed amendment would not result in significantly adverse impacts on the natural environment, including but not limited to water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and natural function of the environment. I believe that paving over land does have an adverse effect on wildlife and vegetation and the wetlands and the water and the air. It affects the temperature. You put asphalt over grass, you affect the temperature. So I don't understand how you can say no adverse effect on the environment. Unless you're leaving it exactly as it is, it is going to be adversely impacted by concrete, asphalt, and lighting. There's just no way you can develop a parcel of agricultural property without adversely affecting the environment. Period. You just can't do it. So that's just not true. So, and when it says there's no adverse to neighboring, it's compatible. There's not supposed to be any incompatibility with taking a community commercial and putting it next to residential. Like, is that compatible? I don't see that as compatible. You're talking about it being a step down. I don't see it as a step down. And I said this at the last hearing, anyone who's gone up behind Publix to that neighborhood and driven around the back and go to the back of the Holiday Inn Express, and you stop at the end of that road, and you're going to see 4 stories of Holiday Inn Express stucco walls and windows looking down at you into people's private property of adjacent residential neighborhood. So I'd like to get Mr. Carson Crockett gave the formula. I'd like to know the impacted party asked about how tall something can be, and he gave this formula. I'd like to know, like, do the math for me. How tall can a building be with a 100-foot setback? Is that 100 feet tall? That's kind of my simple take on that, because he said a foot per foot of setback. So if you have a 100-foot buffer, can you go 100 feet up? He said it's limited to 65, so does that mean you can max it out? What's the Holiday Inn Express? What's the Hampton Inn? Are those 65 feet? I don't know. So if that's backed up to that residential property, a 100-foot buffer is not going to really matter. So I don't see that as compatible at all. And when the issue of impact fees was mentioned and the staff says, oh, he didn't know of anything brewing, impact fee discussions start with you. Okay, staff does not initiate policy. Policy discussions come from the policy discussion board. So any staff-initiated LDR amendments, staff should not be initiating stuff. You are the governing body. You initiate policy changes and you direct staff if you want them to come back with language changes. They do not hatch this type of policy and bring it forward for public hearings. It starts with you. So if you think impact fees would be a good idea, then schedule a workshop and hash it out. And start directing the staff to get the policy you want in place to protect the public. But when they say there's nothing brewing, well, it's not supposed to be brewing, because the direction should come from the 5 commissioners on this board. Okay? You direct the city manager, he manages the staff. So, thank you.
Ben Bakari, citizen of Alachua, and I'm sorry I was not sworn in. I apologize, Sam. I do.
I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. I apologize for that. I didn't think I was going to speak, and then I realized we're getting close to after 10 o'clock here shortly. It's important. I really don't want to come here and talk, but when I hear things said, I'd like facts to be put out. The development with regards to a hotel was a planned development 20 years ago called Heritage Oaks, and it had commercial development on the front and residential on the back. And anybody that buys a home should look at what the property uses are around that could be developed. It was disclosed. A hotel, a clinic, a retail are all things that could go on those properties. So it wasn't a city commission that sat here and went, we'll put a hotel over here and a grocery store over here. That's not how it went. It was a planned development a long, long time ago that had commercial on the front, and it would have a grocery store and a gas station potentially, which is there now. You've got an insurance company, some restaurants at the front. That was a design by the applicant at the time, working with the planning staff at the time to do something that's beautiful for our community. So that was known, and anybody who buys a house, once again, my recommendation is look at the vacant land around you, what's it zoned, what can be there, and that's some clarity I wanted to bring tonight, and I yield back my 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
Is there any comments from the commissioners? Not, we'd call a roll call vote for you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to reserve my right to provide a conclusion in a quasi-judicial public hearing. I do want to clarify a height setback. So it really depends on the use in that district. Many business uses are limited to that 2-story, even if it's outside of that 100-foot setback. It's just if the property's within 100 feet. Some uses aren't permitted at all because they're adjacent to the high school. Many vehicle-oriented uses will be not permitted at all because of that. Not that many are permitted in the CC district. But it is an accurate statement that it is 1 foot per 1 foot of rise for that contextual height setback. So for every foot you go, you can go 1 foot higher up to any other restriction that may be there, such as the 2 stories, or if it's a use that doesn't have that restriction, most of those typically are public and institutional uses, which some are permitted in the CC district. It would be the 65-foot requirement. And then regarding compatibility, I just want to reiterate that is my professional opinion as your staff that commercial and residential are compatible with each other in many, many cases, despite what we think of as this Euclidean zoning of having these separate residential and commercial areas. If we were to follow that 100% of the time, we would end up with residential solely on the other side of town, commercial solely on the other, industrial on the other. Then we'd really have a traffic problem, wouldn't we? So it is my professional opinion that these are compatible zone districts.
If there be no more questions, we have a roll call vote. Commissioner Rinkerson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
So I don't know if this is supposed to, I thought there was supposed to be another time for questions for the commissioners after the public comment. And I don't know if I have to move for a point of information on this, but I do have a question for our city planner. Again, we keep talking about hypotheticals, like what's going to happen. At this moment, is the maximum height for that property 2 stories?
It really depends on the use. You'd have to look at the land development regulations.
So for community commercial, we're trying to put it to, it would end up being?
In table 5.2-3, the height is 65 feet as the limit, but there are several other standards that could preempt that.
Okay, and that height is supposed to be 65 set off, right? For 1-to-1?
Adjacent to the residential, it would be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless the use otherwise requires a 2-story max.
Commissioner Fletcher, how do you vote?
Nay.
Vice Mayor, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I, as the chair, I vote aye. And we have 4-1.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make one statement? Carson, thank you. It's been a long night, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley, because I was going to say thank you also to Carson and his professionalism and due diligence.
We are in verse. Second opportunity for comment for the citizens on subject not on the
agenda. James Jim Carrington. As a citizen, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to former Mayor Cooper for his work, hard work. Mr. Ed Poor for his work, hard work. And to you commissioners up here and new commissioner, new mayor, to you, thank you for what you've taken on your shoulders. Good luck to you. Tonight we can see how busy it's been. I also want to comment, I think the city attorney for her patience and work, and I thank the city manager. People have mentioned the staff and your staff, and I guess it's your leadership that helps get the best out of them. So with that, thank you. You all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, Sori Lindberg. Vice Mayor Brown, I just love looking up and looking at your smile. I just wanted to share with everyone, and I just want to give props to the Parks and Recreation Department. We had a really full Saturday thanks to all their effort and hard work. We went to the egg hunt. We went to the music festival. So I used to work in events for many years in Orlando, nonprofits and corporate events, and I know how hard it is. So every time I go, I'm just in awe. So I just wanted everyone here to know that it was a really good time to this new resident. One other quick thing. I don't know if the website for the city is working. I tried to email a commissioner based on a positive interaction we had last week and ask about volunteering because Mayor Cooper was saying everyone should volunteer. And I didn't get a response yet, so I don't know if I should use email or if there's some kind of glitch when you push the email button to send an email.
Mr. Mayor, I will look into that. I've received emails recently, so I'll look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Tamara Robbins. Previously, when I was going over the whole deferral of public hearings, and the city attorney made the comment that the commission's rules were superseded by the LDRs. Well, the city charter, Article 3, Section 3.08, procedures, the meeting rules, the city commission shall determine its own rules and order of business. The city commission shall determine its own rules of order of business and journal format. So the charter states that the city commission shall establish its own rules, which I believe I'm not sure, I think it kind of trumps the LDRs. So
Okay.
Hey, wait a second, this is
No,
my
no, no,
time.
no.
Then
No,
stop
it's
the
not.
clock.
No.
Then stop the clock. This is
was
my
already
time.
on the agenda, and you've already argued it.
It doesn't, you are not the runner. Mr. Mayor is running the meeting. This is my time. And the rules say that the person with the floor is the person who has the floor. So, also, I received a mail out, which I really appreciate, on tips for water conservation. The Public Services Department probably put it out, and it talks about kitchen and laundry, keep drinking water in the refrigerator instead of letting the faucet run until the water is cool, wash fruits and vegetables in a basin, use a leftover basin to water your flowers. I do that. So it talks about all these great conservation for water, and it says, we conserve to you. And then the Planning and Zoning Board just approved a 200-acre golf course that is using potable water. And you want to tell me to rinse my fruit and vegetables in a basin and water my flowers with it because that's how precious water is? I agree with that. I do that. But that's so hypocritical. You don't even require that they hook into the reclaimed water line, which of course runs the other direction because it went to Turkey Creek and it used to go to the biomass, and now apparently the biomass isn't buying it and it's for sale according to the audit. So seriously, they are sinking a well with a consumptive use permit to pump thousands of gallons of drinkable potable water to water turf for a corporate. This is not a private golf course. This is a corporate facilities. This is their recreation area. This is a corporate campus for people who can afford to be the upper echelon of the insurance company. And we're going to let them use all thousands, millions of gallons of drinkable water. And you want me to keep my water in the refrigerator so I don't have to run to let it get cold. Wow. Hypocrites.
We'll move to comments from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the essence of time, I just would like to remind everybody that our Relay for Life event is Friday at Hal Brady Recreation Complex at the football field in the back. It's from 6 to 10, and I hope to see you there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And also comments from the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to congratulate Commissioner Fletcher and Commissioner Welch for surviving their first city commission meeting here, and wish you lots of luck in the future. Thank you.
Now we have comments from the commissioners. Oh,
I'll go. Again, congratulations to both of you. I will say, on April the 5th, I experienced a medical emergency, which did not get me to be here on, I know I'm trying to not, I've never missed a commission meeting. I take this job very seriously. I had a medical condition, had an emergency surgery, and I really tried. If I could have got somebody to pick me up and got my phone, I might have been able to help that happen, but that was taken away from me. Probably smart move. However, I do want to say that I would have been here to support everybody in the election. I would have been part of any part that needed to be during election day, which was the next day. I did get somebody to take me to go vote, which now made me think about mail-in ballots as you get older. So I just wanted to apologize for not attending a meeting. My goal as a commissioner was never to miss, same as my goal in my work life, to never miss a day of work. I will add the Great American Cleanup is on May the 3rd. I did attend the ribbon cutting on San Flasco 184th, I think it was. Was very excited for that. It turned out fantastic. I do believe it was done to pristine. The road is going to be fantastic. I also held an event at the Good Life Station, and I wanted to thank them for their hospitality, professionalism, and the food and everything there was fantastic. I will also add for the Opium Task Force, we finally came up with a logo and are moving forward, so hopefully we'll start seeing some things in that department. Yes, it's one of those things where there is a lot of people on the meeting, so it takes very long to make a decision on some things that may not be 5 minutes with 2-3 people. But I am excited for the moving in that direction, so I think I will add little things mean a lot. So when you do little things, they do add up to big things. So positive things roll into positive outcome. Negative things do the same. The Alachua Police Department, Chief's not here, but guys, keep continuing doing what you do every single day, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Now we'll move to Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Ringerson, I just want you to know you never have to apologize because you had to miss a meeting because of something regarding your health. Your health and family come first and foremost, and I appreciate your dedication to your job, but I want you to know you do not have to apologize for that at all, and we all have kept you in our prayers, and we are really happy to see you here, sitting up here on the dais with us tonight. Congratulations to our newest members, Mayor Welch, Commissioner Fletcher. Welcome to the job, and I look forward to working with both of you for the next year to come. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Brown. We're happy to see you in that role and looking forward to working with you in that role. For the sake of time, I think that's all I'll have for tonight. I'll save any comments for the next meeting.
Right, comments from Commissioner Fletcher.
One, I want to thank everyone here sitting through this, especially My partner, she didn't, for half of the meeting, I had the car keys in my pocket, and so she was kind of held hostage in her seat. So sorry about that. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of talk, I guess, in our meetings. Oh, this is down the line, or this is at pre-plat, or this is here, and what we forget is, or it seems like we're forgetting that our decisions start now, today, and so moving forward on this, that's where my approach and my mindset is that I'm not going to wait for 3 meetings from now to do something. Or to consider something. We have to consider it now. That is what, when we talk about smart growth, that is what smart growth is. My dad instilled 2 phrases in me growing up. And the first one is, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And the other one was the 5 Ps, proper preparation prevents poor performance. And so going through with this, now that I've been elected, those are things that I want to, uphold as my role as a commissioner on this, and working with the rest of the commissioners on how we can plan the future of the city in a way that we can see it succeed. Thank you.
We have comments from Vice Mayor Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to you. Congratulations to Commissioner Fletcher. Excuse my voice, the allergies have kicked in. Thanks to Pastor Michael Miller for the prayer tonight. Gratitude to all the citizens for your comments. I missed election night, but I did vote. Our granddaughter was a page in Tallahassee at the Capitol. So we went up to support her. And it was an awesome experience. The ribbon cutting for the 86th Drive was amazing. The Easter egg hunt. That was some good stuff, Damien. The kids had so much fun. It was well organized and exceptional attendance. So thank you. Kudos and thanks to former Mayor Gibb Carper and Commissioner Ed Potts for their service, and to all the staff, thanks for all you do. Officer Stanfield, I see you. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I guess it's up to last but not least. I thank you all for allowing me to serve. I love serving. I'm a pastor. I've been a pastor for 29 years. And this is kind of new, but I'm here for the people, and I want to learn, and I heard you, and I promise you that my goal is not for you to be blindsided, you'll be updated with whatever we discuss, the commissioners discuss. We want to involve you all as citizens where, we can grow together as one, and my main focus is bringing unity and respect. I feel like if we can do that and we can respect one another, we can move forward with a great harmony in this city. And so I heard a lot of things, and some of the things, I'm not aware of. I just sit in on, and then I'm like, oh, Lord, what's going on? But I promise you that we will work on some of these issues that was brought up, and we will try to be better, where we can have a better communication between the commissioner side and the citizen side. And once again, I want to thank my wife. I know she's gone. She gets up 2:30 in the morning, go to work, and she probably have to get up 2:30 tomorrow morning, go to work. But I appreciate her. I appreciate the church. I appreciate all those support. I appreciate you citizens at most, and I want to be there for you. I want you to be able to fill me in how you think. And I heard a lot tonight, and I promise you, I will do better. I will do better. And for right now, I'm just going on, and I don't want to say some things. I don't want to say I'm just going on script, which I am. But I promise you, I'm going to learn this, and I will do better. And I will. My heart is for the citizen, more or less. I love people, and I want to make them happy. So just know that is in my vision, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate the staff. I'm glad that you accept me to be a part of your staff, and I hope that we make everything work according to everyone's expectation. And thank you once again.
I got it. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
So the motion has been moved in second, so we are adjourned at this time. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the ayes have it, and we are adjourned.